evidence. Today is day 31, and we are beginning court with closing argument. The court said yesterday during the charging conference that there would be 1 hour for each side and that the defense would go first. Isn't that interesting? So the defense goes first, then the prosecution today for closing arguments. It is going to be reminded to the jury frequently that closing arguments are not evidence. However, they help the jury understand the evidence and they help the jury understand the most important thing in this case. Well, the evidence is technically the most important thing in this case. The most important thing in this case are the jury instructions. The jury instructions are the law the jurors have to follow in coming to their verdict. And yesterday, during the charging conference, the court made clear that while there is not a lesser included charge for operating while intoxicated, OUI, often referred to as DUI or DWI, there is going to be a lesser included to the second degree murder of involuntary manslaughter. As they were going through some of the prongs yesterday and arguing about how the jury would hear or discussing how the jury would hear that evidence, it became really clear that that is a chain of events instruction. And I'm interested to see how the attorneys tackle that in closing. Again, defense goes first, then the prosecution, because the prosecution only goes once. Typically, we see the prosecution, then the defense, then the prosecution and rebuttal, but not today. Today, the defense will go first, then the prosecution. That is it, 2 hours tops. And then the jury will get their instructions, which 30 minutes, maybe. And then they will get to deliberations. So I don't poll on guilt or innocence in the chat. I will do whether or not or whose closing argument was more persuasive, what if anything. I will ask questions about the jury instructions and the rest of it. That's what we will be doing this morning. Court is still not back yet. I knew they might be a little bit late, but you know, I'm always late. So I figured if we give ourselves all a little bit of space, it's going to be okay. So when court comes back into session, we will be there. Jacqueline in the chat said 3 minutes for jury instructions. No, 30 minutes, about 30 minutes for jury instructions is what I think based on this case, based on what they were talking about yesterday, give or take. It's not going to be a ton, but this case dragged at so many points. Like it's so many points. I was like, oh my God, we're never going to be done. We're going to be here till July. And then all of a sudden we got into the defense's case and it was just like boom, 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 boom. Witness, done. It was just, it was very quick. 5 witnesses. That's it. So today the jury is going to be instructed on second degree manslaughter, second degree homicide. Second degree homicide, murder, not manslaughter, is an intentional. You chose to do this. Then there is the operating while intoxicated, causing death. Then there is a hit and run causing death. But there also is a lesser included under the second degree homicide of involuntary manslaughter. We just talked about involuntary manslaughter in New Mexico with Hannah Gutierrez and Alec Baldwin. This is, you didn't mean to do it, but you did something that you knew was so reckless or negligent, depending on how this full jury instruction ends up being read. And you knew that this could be dangerous. You knew that this could cause someone harm. So we will see what the jury thinks about that. The lawyers are going to have to explain it. I'm going to get to questions. Court's not back yet. The voice is a little cranky this morning, mostly because I'm tired. So, you know. The Baker boys checked in yesterday on the stream. So hi, TNG, when you inevitably check in on the stream. And they're like, oh, we just wanted to see you, see how you're doing after Dave, blah, blah, blah. And my youngest pops in and is like, you look tired. And I'm like, buddy, I am so tired. Looking tired is just an accurate reflection of my state of being. 31 days of trial. 31 days of trial. So I'm going to roll the intro. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. We're hydrating right now. We'll probably caffeinate later, but hydrate then caffeinate. So I'm going to roll the intro. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. And then when court's ready, we'll go to court. I'm ready. Today's going to be possibly the last day. Hear ye, hear ye. All those in attendance, gather near and lend your attention, and ye shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, because very quickly we are going to find ourselves in New Mexico.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
So just on a note, before we zoom into court is not back yet. We are still, we are still stuck with just, I didn't add it to this, just the only the fans so far this morning. But there was a stark difference for me between the prosecution's case, obviously, and the defense case, not just in the length and breadth of the witnesses, but I have not seen a case where you had neutral experts the way you did in this case, where literally the defense witnesses, two of the defense witnesses weren't hired by the defense attorneys. I thought they were incredible. I thought for people who were like, can you explain to me how this happened? Those witnesses came in and said, okay, I can explain to you how it didn't happen based on everything we've seen. I thought they were very good. And then yesterday I had an appointment. I'm going to say words weird today, apparently, but I got custom molds for my in-ears so that when we get to our next trials, they won't start hurting my ears after like week 3. And I'm real excited. So I was driving to get custom in-ears, and this is not an advertisement, but I can't tell you this story without telling you a website. Travel at your own risk. But I'm driving up the 405, which has been a minute. There was deep breathing. I was pulling into 405 traffic, and I was like, it's been a minute. Traffic in Tennessee and traffic in California, especially Los Angeles, are just not the same. So I'm driving up the 405, and there is a billboard. There are many billboards for lawyers. Most of those lawyers are Sweet James. That's a conversation for another day. And if you ever saw the Daddy Stack stream, you know what it is, because it is what it is. But there was, court might be coming back. The only fan just went blank. So there are generally tons of billboards for like accident attorneys. And in the sea of Sweet James billboards with the you don't look good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing, which I have a whole diatribe about because those are two different things. But amidst that was one, and I was like, sir, are you a law nerd? Because the billboard for the attorney was accidentdaddy.com. And I was like, sir, I don't know if you get to decide that you're the accident daddy. I think that role has been taken. But the way I laughed out loud driving up the 405 with this billboard for an accident attorney, I was like, I'm sorry, Sweet James, accident daddy is going to just work for us. So I thought that was absolutely hilarious. All right, we're going to move this. I'm trying not to have the light directly behind my head, but for those of you that have seen the hashtag Wood Daddy Stacks stream, you know that story originated with the story about Sweet James's ex-wife on Real Housewives of Orange County. But yes, I think accident daddy is a name that only the chat may bestow, and the chat has bestowed those names really quite liberally this case, and that's okay. But I was like, sir, after this trial, there is but one accident daddy. He's got dimples. He has been deemed, the chat has deemed it so. So as we wait, let's make sure we are all caught up, because I had to refresh the stream, but we are just waiting for the OnlyFans. So we're going to go to your questions, my questions, all the questions. And Savannah in the chat said he has a cannon. Not only does he have a cannon, he has an awesome cannon that he made. So, I think Lacey B said, I thought he was Crash Daddy. I feel like he gets to be both. I feel like even though he's Crash Daddy, somebody else like calling themselves Accident Daddy isn't fair. Like, I feel like both are his. So, Hedgehog in Space said, what's on your bingo card for today? Pirouettes on the bingo card. We're definitely going to, you guys put the thing you think you will hear in closing in the chat. We will hear pirouette in closing. We are going to hear what, if any, and sort of. If Lally says stuff, I might fall over.
You are unmuted.
The court is coming in. Emily kept talking instead of answering questions.
I need to see counsel at sidebar.
That's probably about the jury instructions. So we're probably going to hear butt dial. I'm curious truly as to how much the attorneys lean into that involuntary manslaughter instruction. It's not an easy instruction. It is it takes some doing to understand. So I'm going to be interested to see how that goes. So behind John O'Keefe's family, we are seeing some of those who have testified in this case, sitting right back there with John's family. A lot of you have asked how John's family feels. Those seats on that side of the courtroom are for John's family. So we will see. Or we see that they have invited them to sit. You can sit with us. Let me make sure my audio is gained up the way it needs to be so we can hear everything, because opening were a little hard to hear. So interesting. Silently Me said, see you next Tuesday. Stuff, pirouette, snow, butt dial, Alberts, rehomed. Yes, and one sneaker. We're going to hear about the one sneaker. We are going to hear about the lack of footprints. We're going to hear about GPS pings. Those are some of the things that we are going to hear about from the Commonwealth. So, we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to, I'm going to have to make my face bigger as we do super chats. Otherwise they're going to cover my face. So actually, you know what? I can just do this as we go through right now and answer them. Emily, are you just playing with your Streamyard layout? Yeah, why not? Because I can while I'm streaming. Literally, I couldn't stream without Streamyard. This has been the best 29 months. Thank you so much. I feel like when people are like, Emily, how's trial? I just send them the it's been 84 years meme from Titanic, because 31 days is long. But you guys, as we have been talking about the Koberger case, they are anticipating at least 3 months of trial. 3 months. Cindy Y, thank you for the gifted memberships. Shazam, thank you for the gifted memberships. And thank you for the gifted memberships. Laura said we made it, Lawnards. I feel like we deserve a round of applause. Hold on, let's see if we can get it on the first try. So Jules said, aloha, 3 a.m. here. I should be sleeping. Jules, you and me both, but definitely earlier in Hawaii. Alan said, I'm feeling anxious. Do you think all the charges not guilty? I am going to listen to the jury instructions, and we are going to go from there. I think it will be a pretty quick verdict. I think it's going to be very tough for them to get to a guilty verdict on this evidence, but I want to hear how the judge instructs on that involuntary manslaughter, because if there are jurors that I think she did something, that's going to be tough. But I want to hear that involuntary instruction in its entirety, because I'm interested about that. Do I think they've proven a second-degree murder? No. Do I think they've proven that she hit him with a car? No. So that involuntary manslaughter instruction of, did she start the chain of events that naturally led to his death? That's going to be a really interesting one to hear. So I want to hear that in its entirety. That's the instruction I'm going to be listening for. I feel for everyone in this court today. I see tons of you in the chat saying that you are nervous. That is how I felt going into closing argument day. I was always like, am I going to explain this well? Are they going to understand? Oh, I don't know why they immediately swooped back to the fan, but you know how we feel about a fan. We're already demonetized today because there's no way we're getting through closing arguments without the see you next Tuesday phrase being dropped. So the fucking fan. I literally can't. So they are seeing the attorneys. We'll see what happens. I'm sure the judge is not thrilled. So we will see what happens with that involuntary manslaughter instruction. It's going to be interesting to see how that instruction plays out. But I think the defense probably feels confident going in. I think the witnesses yesterday were great. I think it's hard to get around those witnesses who are clearly hired by another agency. I think it's real hard to get around that. Like, I think it's really hard to get around that. They were so clear. They were such good witnesses. And after 30 days, the jury is left with, there's no evidence of a collision with the car, Karen Reed's car and John O'Keefe. That wouldn't have happened that way. It could not have happened the way the Commonwealth said. If it was going 24 miles an hour, there would be substantially more damage. There's no damage to John O'Keefe's body. There's all these factors that go to, she did not hit him with the car. That's why I think when you get to the second degree, the OWI and the hit and run, that the prosecution's got a real problem. That involuntary manslaughter instruction can be sticky. I wonder, though, if no matter what the involuntary manslaughter says, if the jury felt the way that I felt at the end of the day yesterday, and let me know if this is how you felt too. If you heard those two witnesses and went, the Commonwealth has these reports and we're still here, why? If that's how the jury's feeling, then that involuntary instruction might not matter to them. But you never know how they're feeling. Carolyn said, Emily, when is the FBI trial? There is no FBI trial at this point. There is only an investigation. There have been no charges. There have been no indictments. If there is a federal trial, the DOJ will carry that out through the U.S. attorneys, and it will not be televised. It will be in federal court. So there is only an investigation. Investigations do not always end with information that we know or with somebody being charged. So we will see. Let's see. I just saw a question I was trying to grab in the chat. Just we're busy. We're jumping this morning. So I will try to grab questions as best I can. Lisa G said, is this type of closing a Massachusetts thing or a Judge Bev thing? I think it's probably a Massachusetts thing because none of the attorneys were surprised by that. And if it was just a Bev thing, Yannetti might have said it. For all of you that didn't watch the charging conference yesterday, I would encourage you to watch it for this reason. You will see the demeanor between the judge and the defense and between the defense back to the judge, and it is collegial and friendly. If the defense is really put out by this judge, you're not going to see them joking in the way they were joking today or yesterday. So we definitely saw some lighter moments where they were joking with one another, and that is a really interesting thing. So you can see it. Miss Mandy React says today, is today nervous for Karen? I am nervous for Karen. I'm also nervous for John O'Keefe's family because the hard thing is, no matter what the verdict is, it's not going to change the way that they feel about everything that went down. And sometimes people will think that a guilty verdict will make them feel a certain way, and it doesn't always. So I worry for them as well, because in all of this, their community is a bit upside down with this trial. There's a lot of questions been raised about the way this investigation was done. There's still an investigation ongoing. This case isn't over with this verdict, and that's really hard for the victim's family. That's really hard for the defendant and her family and loved ones. This case is hard. It's emotional. And it's hard because there's no clear answers, and it feels like not having answers is really tremendously unfair to the victim and his family. Am I going to keep messing with where my computer is? Yes. Question, why does the state get to drop from intentional to involuntary? It's not a drop. The jury gets to get instructed on both, and that is often the case in cases. If there is a lesser included, the prosecution has a right to present the jury instruction for that lesser included crime. What that means by lesser included is it means that the elements of that crime are necessarily included in it. Yesterday, I was giving the example of like I try to use examples that are not law related. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it sucks. We'll see how it goes today. But like an iced coffee, when I go to order an iced coffee, I generally presume there's going to be ice in there. Like it is in the thing. There's a reason there is ice there. But you can also have ice separately. But for me, the iced coffee has to include like actual physical ice. So the lesser included is the thing that's inside the case. And you'll see this sometimes in like murder cases where you will see the assault with a deadly weapon, if there is a deadly weapon involved, also included, because the elements of the assault with a deadly weapon are generally within an intentional murder as well. So you'll get into that type of lesser included. So it's not a dropping the charge because she's not charged with involuntary. It's giving the jury an option. So, someone just said that there's a juror at sidebar. I would not be surprised the way that the camera swooped away. I would not be surprised if there was a juror at sidebar, because they swooped really, really quickly. I'll go look at social on a minute. Carrie said, will the Commonwealth get a consciousness of guilt instruction? I don't think they should. I don't know if they would, but I don't think they should. Stella Knight said, Bev has been fairer than I expected. This is the thing. One, the way judges are sometimes in pretrial motions is not necessarily how they are in trial. I was actually surprised, not in a great way, in the Hannah Gutierrez case. I liked Judge Summer a lot in motions. She had these juries all wrangled up and under control. And then we got to trial and the juries were skipping around the courtroom going amok, amok, amok. And she was just like, don't make me take away your coffee. I was like, what the fuck is happening in this courtroom right now? But that's what was happening in the courtroom. So we will see how that goes here. But in trial, we saw her rule consistently in the prosecution's case in chief and the defense's case in chief for the most part. So, and in the charging conference, the defense got almost everything that they were asking for in that conference. Kaz said, anxious AF here on my birthday in Ocean City, New Jersey. First of all, happy birthday. Second of all, I love Ocean City. I love Ocean City. I love Ocean City. I'm interested to see how much Lally objects during Jackson's closing. We didn't see any of that really during opening. I don't know if we'll see any of it during closing from Lally. Unless it's really bad, it's really not a good look, especially when the defense goes first. Victoria said, happy to watch the trial with EDB and the Lawnards. Happy to have you. I will just remind all of the Lawnards that, especially if you are new, I will let you know. And this morning, I will let you know when we actually start opening. So if you need to grab a coffee or whatever, as court resumes, I will also, Miguelina and I will make sure to send you an app notification. Becca said, you said when it's over, we'll have your opinion. I'm so anxious to hear what your thoughts are. I mean, I think some of my thoughts today have been clear, is that there's definitely stuff I didn't think that the Commonwealth proved, and that's what we're here to see today, right? I'm interested to get into a little bit more about the FBI investigation after this trial's over. I didn't want to get into it too much before. Oh, this table just moved. I didn't want to get into it too much before the case because I didn't want it to shift or prejudge my opinion on this case. I wanted to see how things unfolded and judge them as they came in the way the jury is supposed to. Do you think Lally answered your questions? No. Well, no, he didn't. The defense experts, I feel, answered my questions better than the Commonwealth's experts, which is not good for the Commonwealth. Mass Exposure said, did the prosecution deliver the evidence they promised in opening statements? From my memory of the prosecution opening statements, they delivered quite a lot of it. I don't think it necessarily comes to the conclusion they think it does, but they didn't really draw much of a conclusion in their opening because they didn't give us much of a theory of the case. But they said the car was going 24 miles an hour and 63 feet, and that came in. Whether you agree with that evidence or not is different, right? Because the jury gets to decide if that is a fact or if that is fiction or if that is just unreliable. They talked about the one shoe. They talked about stuff where things were found. Like those things they showed. I don't know if all those things point to the conclusion they think it does, because when they were doing cross-examination, they're like, it's possible that it's this and it's possible that it's that. If everything's possible, then it's a not guilty. Like just by default, like that's the basis of reasonable doubt. If there are multiple possible conclusions, then the jury has to go to the one that points to not guilt. So I'm going to go check out what Ted Daniel is saying real quick, and we're going to continue to answer questions in the case. But I'm going to go to the one app I'm not going to get rid of because, well, I need to check on things like this because I appreciate reporters putting stuff on the X app, and also because Stefan Lassard follows me and I can't get rid of the app while that exists in the world. It's too important to me. Which is dumb. Emily, does it matter to you? Yeah, it matters to me. Yeah, it matters to me. Somebody said no spoilers in the chat. There's nothing to spoil today. Court is not back. And we want to know what's happening with court. Ted Daniel said, good morning from inside the courtroom. We have reached closing arguments. Jackson is expected to go first, followed by Lally. Some witnesses are in the courtroom today, including everybody. Including Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Jennifer McCabe. They all previously testified for the Commonwealth. They're allowed to be there, close of evidence. Let's see. 2 more media spaces were added, bringing the number to 12. Still waiting to hear the instructions on the lesser included charges. Well, we know yesterday in the charging conference, she said she was just doing the involuntary and she was not doing the others and that they weren't asked for. Let's see. So 5 minutes ago, camera operator was given advance warning that a juror would be coming in to speak with the lawyers and the judge at sidebar. That's why the camera fanned up. She spoke briefly with everyone at sidebar, then left. That was 5 minutes ago. Let's see. The entire panel has not been called in yet for jury selection. So a juror came in to talk to the court. So that literally could be anything. Let's see what Sue says. We only have posts. Let's see. These are 2 minutes ago. ADA Adam Lally is seated at his desk, leaning his head on his hand as he writes. The defense huddle continues. Others in the group are talking. That was 13 seconds ago. So Sue O'Connell is kind of updating, but it looks like the juror is done. Let's see the rundown from Sue. The juror steps to sidebar as the judge and counsel The judge directs the court officers to turn the pool camera to the fan. Good. A juror walks in. They're all at sidebar. The juror has been very engaged during the trial. The juror steps to the sidebar and judge steps to the side as the judge and counsel discuss. The juror is dressed very professionally today. Oh, they're going to have a verdict today. They think today's a verdict day. The juror is standing to the side with arms folded in front of her. Now she leaves the courtroom. The sidebar conference continues with the judge, defense, prosecution. Judge leaves the bench. Defense team and Karen Reed are standing to the side in a huddle. That's 4 minutes ago. Alan Jackson is doing the talking. He's animated. Karen is nodding her head. That's 3 minutes ago. ADA Adam Lally is seated at his desk, leaning his head on his hand as he writes. The defense huddle continues. Others in the group are talking. And we are starting to hear like the background noise from court that we get sometimes. We'll see if the fan pans back down and we'll see what happens. Remember, they have enough jurors if they lose another juror. But yes, they might also be assigning the 4-person. So that is very, very fair. So is the juror leaving? No, the juror left the courtroom to go back to the jury room with the other jurors, is how I read that. Why do you think the fact that a juror is dressed professionally means they believe it's a verdict day? Jurors dress different on verdicts day. They just do, especially in long cases. You will see jurors like formal, like they feel like it is a more solemn day. We saw it in Murdaugh. Jurors came in suits that had never worn suits before. People come in dressed differently because they know it's the end of the case. And so I think that they think that it's the end of the case. Like it's a get down to business day. We've also seen jurors on verdict days bring in food for each other. There's the note that a juror is dressed very professionally today, meaning they're dressed a little bit differently, is an interesting thing. But they do take their job very seriously. These jurors have been together 31 days, longer than most. I anticipate this will probably be a jury that, unless they come back hung, which means they can't unanimously agree, I imagine this would be a jury that'll be able to reach a verdict fairly quickly, and then they will continue to get together the way that jurors in other large and high-profile cases do. But court is still not back yet after that sidebar with a juror. So we will see if there are any other issues with certain individuals being in the courtroom or if there are any other timing issues. Kathleen said from Massachusetts, I'm anticipating FBI investigation. Hopefully you're anticipating both my coverage of it and finding out what happens to it. The frustrating thing about Fed investigations is they operate on their own schedule and they don't always include us in that conversation. Reality Check said, good morning. It's a great day for justice. One of my favorite witness answers from the Murdaugh case was, I'm a big fan of justice. I think one of my favorite things from this case, and it's been a minute because this case has been going on for 84 years, was yesterday with the delight and joy of the expert witness's face when talking to Alan Jackson about the cannon that he built. Again, I got the sense that both of them were just like, cannons are cool. Like there was just a light moment where they were both like, rad. And I thought that was absolutely delightful. I wonder how much more business ARCO will get after those witnesses testified so well and so publicly. Miss DLS gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Nikki, good morning. Good morning. If you think the verdict will come back today, do you think it will be NG? I always thought quick verdicts lean towards guilty. In a lot of cases, quick verdicts lean towards guilty because there's evidence to overcome. So if there's evidence to overcome, that takes a bit more consideration, right? But if there is evidence, like in this case, I don't think it's a stretch for the jurors to sit down and be like, those last two witnesses said that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. So what do we do with that? So I think that this case is fairly unique, that there isn't really evidence. Maybe there is. Maybe the one shoe and some of the other things, some of the jurors will be like, yeah, I can't get around that. She was the last one there. Cleopatra, Emily, what are we supposed to do with this trial ending? Is it weird to feel sad or out of your usual vibe? No, it's not. This has been now a part of your day-to-day routine for a lot of you. You get up, you pop on trial. This is what it's like when you reach the end of a series you've been watching. Not to say that a trial is entertainment, because I think it's educational and it is absolutely a part, though there are entertaining moments, it's a part of understanding our system, understanding what happens, being a big fan of justice. But it's part of your routine. So it's like something ending that is part of your routine. That was very hard for the law and entire community after Depp v. Heard. We day to day, all day long, 6 weeks together. And then at the end of it, you're done and you're like, okay, well, what do I do now with my time? Like Bridgerton's over. What do I put on when I turn on the TV? Because this is what we do. We chat with each other. We see our community, and that's important. But we're going to just take 4th of July here in the States, take a minute, and then the following week, the Baldwin case will start, and we'll just move to New Mexico. So that's what you're going to do. We're going to just move to New Mexico next, and we'll be fine. Nanner says, do I have to clean now? No, but I would suggest cleaning while we're streaming. It makes it easier. So we're going to get back to questions. We're waiting for whatever's happening in court. I'm going to see if Sue has anything else to say on Twitter. After the trial, what's next for Karen Reed? Can she seek compensation from Canton Police Department? I will be interested to see what some of the more civilly focused attorneys think of that. I want to think about it. I have not thought about it at all yet, but we will see what the verdict is and we will see what's next. I imagine we are going to see a lot more about this, and I imagine we will see if Karen Reed is acquitted. We will see a lot of interviews, and we will see her finding an opportunity to tell her side of the story and talk about this trial in whatever way she wants to do that. I think we will see her do that. Let's see if there is anything else. Let's see. Apparently there's an overflow room as well. Let's see. The defense huddle continues. Others in the group are talking. That was 7 minutes ago. The juror who was at sidebar was one of the jurors who was involved in the conversation about the last juror who was dismissed last week. That's an interesting note. The judge is in her chambers. We are all waiting. Defense still huddles, still a somber, serious, and tense vibe in the courtroom. I always appreciate the vibe check from those in court and how they perceive it. Ted Daniel just tweeted, I'm told there is, quote, a potential juror issue in the Karen Reed trial. I have no idea what it might be. One juror came in briefly. The rest of the jury has not entered yet. We wait. And we wait. A juror issue on verdict day is an unwelcome surprise for me. And as I said before, I don't know how long we will be here. I'm not going anywhere. We live here now. I mean, we've been living here, but if you need to go make breakfast or something, lawnardapp.com, the second we get into, if you're like, girl, I'm paralyzed until we get started. I get it. I'm here with you. We're all going to just keep answering questions. But if you need to go do something real quick, you want to go take a little bit of a shower or whatever, lawnardapp. You just need to get situated for the day. I got you. So we are waiting and checking. I feel like we're checking the wires. We're just like, what is happening? So, let's see. I'm going to, let's see. A couple of you mentioned, and then Miguelina mentioned, go check out Court TV. Court Insider juror is being questioned by the bench. One of the women who was nodding with defense experts and very expressive. She's shaking her head to questions from the judge. Juror left the bench. Attorneys are talking. Judge crossed arms and is standing next to a deputy. Karen Reed is leaning to try to hear. Remember, this courtroom is tiny. Jurors leaving the courtroom. And I don't see anything else, Miguelina. So unless there is a link, that is what I see from, let's see, about 7 minutes ago in this case. So we are just going to wait. There is something happening with a juror. Remember, this jury has enough members to continue on. So they said juror is leaving the courtroom. I don't read that as juror excused. I read that as the juror is leaving the courtroom and going back to where the other jurors are in the jury room. If the juror was excused, the judge would say that specifically. And we have that from, let's see if Sue updated anything. So 7 minutes ago is our last update. And 6 seconds ago, Sue O'Connell said, it's clearly a juror issue. We wait. And we wait. So Jess said, hi, came here for the clarity and knowledge. I hope to provide both. Also, we will, well, right now we're just waiting. Laurel says, question, I'm confused. Do most trials have experts with conflicting opinions? Yes. Almost every single one has experts with conflicting opinions. I have not seen a third-party expert that said this thing is not possible to have happened the way it happened, and then the prosecution still go forward. Those FBI experts I thought were very good. I thought they had more experience and more logical conclusions than Trooper Paul, who was like, stuff happens and stuff. So I found that the defense expert reconstructionists, the FBI, DOJ expert reconstructionists were overwhelmingly persuasive, and that we didn't have a true battle of the experts like we saw in, where did we last see like a true good battle of the experts? Like Depp Heard had a ton of battle of the experts. So cases like that where you see experts with similar qualifications coming to different conclusions. Drea said, hi, I'm a lash tech and I have been enjoying each day of trial. I miss your streams. Love you from New York. Thank you. And thank you. Allison said, I'm really ready to watch live, but I have to get my car registered. Oh, that's a bummer. Can you please get me out of a ticket if I get one so I can watch live? Unfortunately, I can't. You can be like, I have jury duty. I'm teasing. What I will say is the ADHD tax on my car registration expiring is, it happens. It happens all the time. Dr. B has now taken it over and is like, I'll just handle this. I'm like, good. Sierra says, my family has been confused the last few weeks when I have to go to bed early because I have court tomorrow. Thank you for your amazing coverage. You're welcome. And I feel the same way. I'm like, I also have to go to bed early because I have court tomorrow. Can we get an update summary on what's going on? We just did one. There's a juror issue. A juror came to sidebar. Judge went to chambers. Attorneys are talking and everyone is waiting. So Miguelina, if we don't have a pinned comment, we can do that we are waiting for court to resume. And let's see if I can shift, a layout real quick and add the court feed to, let's see if I can make the court feed small and try adding it that way. Nope, I'm not going to do that. The only fan is killing me. So we're just going to leave it. Music to my soul said, good morning, Emily. Why aren't jury instructions exactly the same every time for a certain charge in the same jurisdiction? Why are they customized? There are a lot of specific factors to each case, and jury instructions do get customized to the factors of each case. There are model jury instructions, and depending on where you are, they call them the model uniform jury instructions. And so they're like the MUJIs, which I love, but the model jury instructions are the basis for it, and then they get modified. Each jurisdiction also modifies them. Sometimes they get modified by case law. They get argued over. They get appealed. We're going to see that more in New Mexico with the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed case. The argument over the and or instructions, which a lot of jurisdictions and states have phased out because it's confusing and they don't mean the same thing. So you will see them very tailored per case. Sometimes there isn't a jury instruction to explain the thing you need to explain because it comes from case law, and then those have to get written, which is wild. So it is hard. So let's see. Rachel McGowan said, my girls automatically know who I'm talking about when I say Emily said. I appreciate that. Yes, sometimes Emily does say things. Elizabeth, I have questions. Have you ever seen so much fuckery in one case? I have seen different types of fuckery in various cases. This case has been kind of wild. So, and you guys, I'm going to just make a real quick comment about breaking news and issues and trials. When there is breaking news or issues and trials like this, and we are not sitting in the courtroom, I wait. She said, can I have counsel at sidebar? I wait until we know something from official sources every single time. And I generally want to see them from two sources from two different media outlets. That is how I roll. I want two sources on a thing from two different media outlets. If we don't have that, I'm not going with it. So thank you all for in the chat being like, I get it, because that's how I like to do things. So how many what if any's will Lally manage during closing? The limit does not exist. It's interesting to me that jurors came back into the courtroom and went to sidebar. I'm going to just take a quick look at what Ted, Daniel, and Sue said within the courtroom. We've got nothing more than a potential juror issue. Something's going to have to get put on the record, and we will see. So again, remember, if a juror is dismissed, they can still keep going. They have enough alternates. This is why you have alternates. This is why you have multiple alternates in case you need them. Let's see. Sue said, in case you're just joining, I did make it into the courtroom. The court expanded the press pool from 10 to 12. It's tight. The juror has entered back and back to sidebar. All right. So what they're seeing is now what we're seeing. Nina said, EDB, greetings from Slovenia. Thank you for making law so entertaining. Shout out to my boyfriend for agreeing to watch the stream with me. Hello to Nina and Nina's boyfriend. And I'm sorry if you can hear the refrigerator back behind me. Where Your Truth said, Colin and Brian Albert, Jen McCabe sitting with the John O'Keefe family. I saw that as the court panned over. Anna gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. My dad said jokingly, maybe he was hit by a meteor. And honestly, at this point, I think it's more likely. That's the hard thing when it's like, could it be this? Could it be this? Could it be this? Could it be this? When there are that many could it be's, then I don't know how we get to a trial. I don't know how the prosecution brings that trial, especially when they know the FBI evidence. Here's the thing that frustrates me. And there are times I think that maybe I am being too hard on Lally, and times I'm like, girl, you're not being hard enough. But the prosecution could have dismissed this case when they didn't get a continuance based on the FBI experts. Could they have refiled that? I would need to check the statute in Massachusetts. Most times if you dismiss a case, you can refile it. We saw it in Baldwin. So if they needed more time, there are things they could have done. What you don't do is spend 30 days in trial. Will this raise interest in older Massachusetts convictions? I don't know. It depends on how the community feels and if there have been other convictions that the community is like, what is happening? Maybe. Kathleen said, Crash Daddy Wolf can be in my back any day. Oh, Mr. Wolf. Sir, we don't know if you have a partner or not, but if you do, I hope that your partner is just giggling at the internet, appreciating you and all of your dimpled nerdiness, because the internet appreciates you, sir. Look, in the Law Nerd chat, we stand competence first, and that overridingly overridingly will delight us. And the ARCA experts were incredibly good experts. Not only were they very qualified in their field, they explained things well. And when you can take something that might not be easy to understand for everyone and bring it down and explain it, it is an incredible skill, and we love it. Did you see even the judge likes Crash Daddy? I'm not surprised by that. The judge is like, no, Emily, no jokes, no judge jokes, no crash into me jokes, no Dave Matthews jokes. So sometimes my brain is just like, no, say it. Are you still in Wisconsin? If not, how did you like it? I am not still in Wisconsin. It was lovely. The weather was spicy, so I missed a concert, but I'll be back in Wisconsin for the makeup date of said concert. Ashley Nicole said, what happens to a prosecutor when they lose a case for the state? Nothing. I mean, it's part of their job. Cases get lost. Prosecutors lose cases. This case has a bit of a different circumstances, but does losing cases generally have career repercussions? Generally not. Some cases are hard cases, but they need to be tried. There are like cold case DNA cases that just need to go to trial. They need to be tried. They are difficult. They don't always win, but it doesn't mean they aren't worthy prosecutions. I think the question in this case is, should this have gone to trial? And I think that is a big question still in this case, given everything we have seen from those other experts. The judge is allowed to hand select the foreperson. I don't know if it's hand selected or by, or if it's lotteried or something, but it really varies by jurisdiction, and the judge has a ton of discretion in how that goes. It looks like some of the press crew are relegated to standing. That's going to be a long day. Does Karen Reed have any family in court? Yes. Sitting behind that bar, now behind my face, that is Karen Reed's father, and then family members and friends. So, let's see. Allison gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Closing argument bingo. I think we talked about that a bit in the chat. You know, we're going to hear see you next Tuesday. We're going to hear one shoe. We're going to hear quite a few, what if any, sort of. We will hear butt dial for sure. Allison says, I got my husband watching Close with me. Can you give a shout out to John? Allison's husband, John. Hello, and yes, I can, since we are cooling our jets. Waiting. We're just cooling our jets waiting. I just want to know what happens. Like, there is an anticipation of like, what is going on? Oh, Ouija said in the chat, I hit him. Yes, 3 times punctuated. I hit him. Absolutely. Absolutely. So 100% we will hear of the bar fight stance. Oh God, we're probably going to hear high top tables too. Are we going to hear about the Canton basketball game again? Jocelyn said, we're all here for Emily's commentary and Collision Daddy. TheRealAccidentDaddy.com. I'm teasing. The Miss M Star said, oof, that grosses me out that the Alberts and McCabe's are sitting there. They have an investment in this case. It'll be interesting how the jury feels about them. If the jury likes them as witnesses, then that's different. If the jury is just like also sitting there, why are you here? Remember, where they're sitting is where the people on John O'Keefe's side are sitting is right across, like vis-a-vis the jury. Okay, we got to go check reports because they scanned back to the fan, which leads me to believe a juror is coming back in again, because that has been when they've gone to the fan quickly in the past, but we will see. But at least the camera operator is getting the heads up, so that's not a problem again. I've got no updates from Ted Daniel. It's frustrating to me that the judge came out on the bench again, went back to sidebar. At some point, just call them to chambers, but maybe there aren't chambers given the smallness of the courthouse and that courtroom. There might not be anywhere else for them to go, so that is a real possibility. Let's see what Sue has to say over on the former Bird app. Let's see. Camera has been moved to the fan. I expect a juror or the juror to come back in. 27 seconds ago, the same juror returns. So they are back at sidebar with the juror. Any explanation on the butt dial? No, there wasn't. Ronnie said, I'm so angry seeing Brian Albert sitting behind John's family. That is, if John's family wants them there, that is up to them. Thanks for everything you do. You get me through my days. Miss Tanisha, thank you. That is so sweet. It is always good to see you in the chat. Lots of curse words, no evidence, a lot of attitude. Lally had attitude at the end there. On the up and up, EDB or poor voice, honey and lemon. Yes, I am mostly just dry and have not had time to do warm things this morning, but we will. By midday, it's much better. The travel and lack of sleep have not helped, but I did not over-concert my voice, and I have been told to do the vocal warm-ups. I've been trying to do the vocal warm-ups. We are trying to take care, but travel always, the dryness of travel gets me every single time. So, but we're working on it. I bet Lally's close would be a response of Alan. It will be, and he'll go second. We'll hear about solo cups and stop and shop bags probably at least once. Oh, and that inverted video. Any flavored whiskey, Recos, thank you for your coverage. Yes. The salty watermelon by Old Smoky is amazing. And it's not like too sweet. It's very, very good. I like it very much. I like most of Old Smoky's flavors. And I always love a good like screwball peanut butter whiskey. Uber Lisa said, I'm 60 on Thursday. Is it wrong of me to hope there's no verdict until then? Oh, Lisa, this jury is not going to hold out till Thursday. They are so done. I appreciate you, but they are so done. They are so done. So this jury has got to be tired. Got to be tired. So let's see if there's any update from Sue. All right. The same juror, so from Sue O'Connell, the same juror returns. Judge Canody isn't speaking to her. Counsel remains. The juror stands with her hands on her hips. The juror leaves. Sidebar continues. Yannetti is saying something that makes the judge laugh. So that's where we are with that. So Lisa, I think we're gonna have a verdict today. I do. If we get underway, I think they have time for it. I think they're going to give it some time, but I think we have time for it. Kadora 1090, thank you for the super chat. All in favor of this court reporter having a spa day after this trial? Yes, I'm in school for court reporting, and keeping up like that is hard. There is a mental and physical fatigue for court reporting. Kadora, thank you for what you do. There is definitely a need for court reporters. And it is a physically demanding job, which people don't always think when you're like sitting in repetitive motion professions, but that can be very physically demanding. It is mentally very demanding, the level of focus it takes to parse all of that. Are we doing a poll on how long the jury takes? Once the jury gets it, the case, we will, but we'll do a poll later for whose closing did you find the most persuasive? Fiona said, thank you so much for all of your work and commentary as a civil litigator. Oh, thank you so much, Fiona. I learned so much from you. Oh, Brian Albert is there. And thank you. Crystal said, EDB, thank you for the gavel to gavel. Of course, we're in it now. This is kind of the worst though. Like I could have slept. You could have slept. It's been an hour. Like I've been streaming for 54 minutes. It's been an hour. It's been an hour. Maple said, happy my neighbor found other childcare today. Mabel, I'm sure your neighbor very much appreciates you, but today's a trial day. Like I said, glad to be here with y'all on the final day. I think it really is. I think we're in the final countdown. Will I sing it? No, not at the moment. Carly, tomorrow is my 30th birthday. Happy 30th birthday. Jordan said, it's been a year and 1 month. Also, today is my birthday. Jordan, happy birthday. Good to see you. Excited to go to Starbucks as well as all the other food places and apps to get free food. There is something about people giving you free stuff on your birthday that is so delightful. It's like, why, yes, it is my birthday. And then in my head, I'm like, go shorty. It's your birthday. You're going to party like it's your birthday with some free Starbucks. So let's see if there are updates. Let's see. Sue said, and this is backing up from 4 minutes ago, the judge isn't speaking to her. Counsel remains. The juror stands with her hands on her hips. The juror leaves. Sidebar continues. Yannetti is saying something that makes the judge laugh. The judge returns to chamber. We're in recess. 1 minute ago, we're hearing that the juror has been dismissed. So that is what Sue is saying. Let's see what we have from Ted Daniel. I'm sure it's going to echo that. Sue is just more prolific on the Twitter at the moment. So breaking, a juror has just been dismissed from the Karen Reed trial on the morning before closing arguments. This is the juror who was brought in 2 times to sidebar. So the juror has been dismissed. And I think we will see what happens next. So that what's going to happen next is we're going to go to sidebar. So for those of you that are keeping track, that is 3 different jurors that have been dismissed now. This is why you have multiple alternates. You need multiple alternates for this reason. So we will see what happens with that. So Miguelina, is that relating to something particular? Just let me know in the notes. All right, let's continue with some questions as we wait for the court to be back from the OnlyFan and to put on the record that a juror was dismissed. We are an hour into the morning. That's a lot. At some point, if we are able to get the sidebar conversations. Yeah, it yeeted me. Megalina, where is that? I can't get that down fast enough. Thank you. It yeeted me. I don't know why, but apologies. Lawnards, it's going to be a spicy morning, apparently. It's already been a spicy morning. Tiny Dancer said, Acra guy said, no evidence. How do you get past that? I don't know. We'll see about the involuntary manslaughter, though. And again, just a reminder, if you need to pop in and out, if you're waiting for us to come back to court, I will let you know when we come back to court. And we will also let you know in the app when we come back to court, because it has been almost an hour of us doing this. June, EDB, does your e-writer show lines like paper does? Just curious. It has a whole bunch of different templates so you can pick. So you can make it have lines, you can make it have dots, you can have perspective, you can have graph paper, you can have like calendar, planner paper, all kinds of things. Thank you for streaming while traveling. You're welcome. Hopefully tomorrow, I will miss you, Law Nerds, but I have a very busy like pre-VidCon day tomorrow. So hopefully we are not streaming tomorrow, but if we are, we are. Kaz said, hi, Emily from Australia. I was wondering if Karen is proven innocent. They don't really prove innocent. They prove not guilty. Factual innocence is a whole different thing in the system. It is guilty and not guilty. There are ways that you can apply for factual innocence findings, but it's a whole different situation. So if Karen is acquitted or found not guilty, will there be an investigation into John's death? It seems that there's an ongoing investigation into the investigation. I don't know if there will be further investigation. Also, will Canton police be investigated? Canton police are being investigated. Will there be perjury charges? That is something that is rarely done. This is the 7th or 8th verdict watch with you. Love you. Thank you. I know we're almost there. We have a bumper and everything. We're almost to verdict watch, but right now we're on like, I don't know, juror watch, I suppose. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at today. All right. Let's keep going. The crash into me, daddy. Crash into me. Yeah. All right. My ADHD brain is both fascinated and terrified at the idea of being a juror. Yes. Sandra said, you've been amazing, Emily. Thank you. We made it. Leonards, we made it. Almost. I mean, I thought we were just going to like get on here, say hi, and get moving. Finding Dory said, this is also sus. It's weird. It's weird. So Ted has an update. I mean, the last update was that the juror was dismissed. So Grace B Creations, who goes first? Let me check in with the news app real quick. Let's see. 14 jurors remain. They stacked the jury box during selection to have enough ready to come to deliberation if some were lost along the way. That's true. And that's it. It would really be frustrating for a juror to sit for 30 days and not be able to sit there for closing arguments and then to get deliberated or not to get to deliberate. It would be incredibly frustrating. So for the updates, let's do a quick swoop and do a reset of what's going on. 1 minute ago, Sue confirmed, hold on. Oh, court's coming back. Sue confirmed that the juror was dismissed. 14 jurors remain. Oh, I lost my court. Hold on. I lost my court. Bring me my court. All persons have any business before they... So we are back. Let's do a quick swoop. Miguelina, will you let the app know that we are back? Let's do a quick swoop. We are an hour in to day 31 before closing arguments. A juror came up to sidebar twice today, of course, off camera, and we are being told by reporters from inside the courthouse on Twitter that that juror has been dismissed. We are just getting to the hear ye's of it all, with court being called to order now that that juror has been dismissed. Why has that juror been dismissed? I'm not going to speculate. We're not going to know. We're going to get to closing arguments. As a reminder, defense goes first, then the prosecution. There are 14 jurors remaining, only 12 deliberate. So, hold on. I want to hear my hear ye's. Like, if we're getting anything, it's time. Law nerds, it's time, it seems. So, let's,
bring the jury.
Or what's left of them.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience.
Jan, no, the law nerds that cannot participate in the chat, I understand. You are here watching. That means you are part of the chat, and chat is Bay, and that means all of you.
But today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror and has nothing to do with any.
Which is what the judge always says.
So please disregard that. Okay. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to?
I'm going to speed her up on those 3 questions just because we went back to hear the hear ye's and to catch everybody up.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Miss Lou says, I need to do a little more looking, but it looks like it is a substantial amount of prison on involuntary.
I've given them each an hour to do so, and they both tell me that they want me to give a 5-minute warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen,
they took their notebooks.
though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're certainly a very important part.
Jackson looks ready to rock.
How hard the lawyers have worked.
He's used to going first. He's a former prosecutor.
We've all noticed that you've paid great attention throughout the entire trial. I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. In Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
All right. Law nerds, I'm going to slow this back down to normal speed, but come on back. It is time for closing arguments. I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller. I wish I was a little bit taller. No, I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller, and we are going to get right into closing arguments with Alan Jackson. I'm going to put him back at normal speed. He speaks quite quickly anyway, and we will roll directly into closing. I don't need to be that small. That was.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass, look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way.
We knew it was coming.
That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And
That's
your job is to
strong.
make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job
knew
you
he was
didn't
gonna
ask
say
for, probably a
injustice.
job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening,
Oh dear.
how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we?
Sure.
Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos, invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage, hide personal relationships, make this case cut and dry, and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you.
I don't agree with the 42
But
minutes
this
of
sort of
deleted video and a
injustice
few
can't
other
happen in
things,
a
but his
vacuum. So
point
what
is
about the
strong.
prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative
Right.
instead of the other way around?
That part.
Looks a lot like this.
Yeah. Talk
If
about
you don't
your
have
call.
actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks.
It just did.
Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much.
Yeah, she bought Dunkin'
Their
Donuts.
arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple.
It did read like
Even
that
on
to me.
January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos.
Listen
See
to
if
the
McCarthy-
Colakeithis,
Waterfall.
the Cameranos.
What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night?
They were loving,
Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey.
Mm-hmm.
No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain
They don't have
witnesses
to
who they
prove
say
that.
didn't see him go in.
Interesting, they're going
the
there.
question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair.
It's a public
That was a
courtroom.
telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins.
So
But what's the real evidence
people that the O'Keefe
of the
family went there are allowed
unbiased
to be there.
data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended
It's not their
3
only
flights
huge
of
problem.
stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data, look at this other thing
The stairs
called
don't matter.
Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monotonic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way.
It's a good theme.
But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone.
Right.
She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time?
12:36.
It is undisputed in this case
I love
that it's a 6-minute drive
asking
on
a
a good day
question that the
from
jury
34 Fairview over to 1 Meadows.
can answer in their head. I love
She
I
was
love it when
gone
lawyers
by
do that.
12:30. And John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left.
It's a good way
So
to clean
don't
up
be
the
fooled.
timeline.
John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that call back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial.
She's sitting there listening to
How are
this
those
while the
lines
jury's looking at her.
And why are they
Wild.
connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me?
Hey, Karen, what the fuck?
Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time,
It was a lot of
she
whiskey.
continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing,
Oh, we knew the grab assing was coming up.
this is what they were doing just
It's a good argument about Higgins.
before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers. Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me. A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there?
Probably because
he couldn't even get his own story straight. First he said it was administrative work, then he said he was moving cars, then he said it was
yeah, you're not doing administrative work at 1:30 in the morning.
Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jen McCabe admitted, yeah, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks.
Dr. Russell was great.
In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things.
That's true.
After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening.
Yep.
They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you'll probably say it with me, they're butt dials.
I love it when lawyers do that. They invite you in to be a participant.
But Albert and Higgins take it a step further.
In the closing.
Not only did they claim that they were making calls,
they want you to say it
as
in your
butt
head.
Dials, but they were ansering calls as
the
butt
jury's
dials.
not going to say it out loud.
And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible.
What about his
it's not
lawyer?
reasonable. You can't do it.
I only need 10 seconds.
Well, let's test that out.
Yep, he's been wanting to do
Hey,
this.
did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point
Yeah, it did.
of the Commonwealth's entire case.
Yeah, it did.
This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else.
Well, somebody's been
That's
on
probably
Twitter,
because
Alan.
there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion the Commonwealth's experts, were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m.
Do you think it looks bad
And
that
second,
Jen McCabe's sitting
the
there?
only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge?
He's inviting the jury to answer.
Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is
And
serviced by
Brian
a
Albert's
bulkhead.
Ford Edge is gray.
It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed.
You've said see you next Tuesday in court and you're
By
saying
12:30,
peeved.
Karen's mad.
Yeah.
She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John?
Agreed.
12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone.
A
But there's
great
still no
way
answer.
to contextualize
There's still no response.
those texts
By
and voicemails.
12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick
Treating
by,
her like
Karen
a
becomes
babysitter.
increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text.
Good use of timeline.
Call, and anger quickly turns to panic and
Good use of
abject
voicemails.
fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold
And
Brian Albert's
lost
front yard.
her shit.
You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic,
And to fear.
then to grief.
Yeah.
So back at 5:07, when she began her search.
Oh, he's
looking
not
for
going to say
John,
fear. Fair.
She backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would
Prosecution will
change
use
the
it a different
entire
way.
course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight,
Good use of
and I'm
photos.
going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged."
That's what Carrie Roberts
Take a
said.
look at this photograph.
That's
and
what
tell
Carrie
me,
Roberts said.
which
Barrows
one looks
and Carrie
like
said the
Officer
same thing.
Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right?
Okay,
The
I'm pausing.
reconstructed
I
light
wasn't going to
on-
pause. That is an excellent use of the reconstructed light. That is an absolutely excellent use of side by side with the reconstructed light. They made the point in cross-examination that with the reconstructed light, there's only a few pieces that could not be found. And those are the pieces you see in the upper left and like a little bit of an L shape towards the interior, what would be the tailgate of the car. That is an excellent use of putting those together. All right, I'm
The
not
left
pausing anymore.
is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper
So
Proctor
good.
had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's
good.
body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery.
Well, were they lucky or did they pick
What are
him?
the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that.
Texted it.
They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station?
Is he going to say nope?
Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly.
Nope.
Nope.
You knew
He's
it was
a
coming.
Boston cop too.
You knew it was coming.
And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall.
Very interesting argument,
A
Alan.
wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them.
Right?
A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them.
And
By the
she's
way,
an
who's she
outsider.
after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought.
I thought he was going to call her. See you next Tuesday
Let's look
there.
at what Michael
from
Proctor
Proctor's
actually
texts.
did and did not do in
Yeah.
this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us.
Hide
Michael
human
Proctor was
beings.
informed that the plow drivers were
And
out that night.
dogs
There
and-
would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor. a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect.
It's a good argument.
I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources.
Yeah.
The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor.
I don't know if he needed to answer
the glass
that.
on the bumper had to
He
be
probably
placed
could have
there.
just raised
And
an
the only
eyebrow.
person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny little hair,
Hold on.
barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. That magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And
But that shit's flipped.
We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over.
Fucking bananas.
And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Juror Dismissed. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. Because it was backward. Inverted. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it, which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case: lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, and he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers.
You talked about the taillight briefly.
Very early on, who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. And they even used tools, a leaf blower.
A leaf blower.
Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene. Not a single piece. But incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material
Revealed itself,
would end up being found.
is
Some
what
of
they
which
said.
were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second.
Because they were
O'Hara
later 5.
said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about, those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not Stop and Shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here.
Wow.
So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces.
Yep.
And he did the same thing.
I remember that
Pulled out
testimony.
2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper. Look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a third piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sallyport video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself once we corrected the video from
once we
being
figured out
inverted.
which side was
He
which.
walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sallyport that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sallyport video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sallyport together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, and now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses.
68.
And expended 30 plus days of trial
of
and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week.
Yes, we are.
For what?
For them, because of jury
It should
selection.
be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview. John got out of the car. She reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow.
And the high
Let's talk about what
tops.
the real evidence actually shows, the
The
unassailable
shades
science.
appropriate.
Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first.
Did y'all feel that?
The
weeks
Commonwealth's
on end
own
talking
medical
about the
examiner,
snow?
Dr. Scorty Bello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote,
Undecided.
evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death.
I
End
said he
quote.
was going to use
Her
those words exactly.
Not mine.
Yep.
She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident.
No
That
injury
by
to the
itself
leg.
is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said
Both
John's
are
arm
amazed.
injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated 1,000, up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part,
I don't agree with that.
with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology.
I don't think
he
you have
told
to
you
prove
that John's
there's no other
injuries are
possibility, though,
inconsistent
Alan.
with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler,
They were great.
mechanical engineer and a biomechanist.
Not hired by the defense.
They reviewed this case. They did testing. They did analysis. They evaluated the case
They made a
scientifically.
fucking cannon.
They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them.
Why didn't they?
They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV,
They were great.
and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body.
They were both
That
completely
should end the
unequivocal.
inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which
I'm
they had available
surprised
to
you said
them,
it should have ended this case
the
before
Commonwealth
you had to
chose to introduce
spend
you to Trooper Joe
weeks
Paul.
here.
You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves.
Didn't get embedded.
Then projecting him 30 feet to the left,
No blood
but
on
not
his shirt
before making
there.
a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement,
And then ending up.
before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body.
It just
It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction.
and the chat, honestly.
What did Dr. Rentschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination.
Yep.
He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics.
Yep, they were.
John wasn't
Yesterday.
hit by that car.
Said that yesterday.
The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to,
The shoe.
there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down.
Right.
Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour.
With over 1,000 pounds of force, right?
And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Holy shit, that was
Thank you, Your
so
Honor.
loud. That
As it
scared the
continued-
shit out of me. Oh my God.
He got hit, punch went
5
through, and he
minutes.
fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen,
He didn't even cover the jury
given what we
instructions.
know about the facts and the physical
just
evidence
covered
in
the
this
doubt
case, the
and the
actual
story.
truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game,
How are we here?
and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat, talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object.
Chat, you called that he wasn't going to
Further
repeat
by
it because
insulting
it's
her.
beneath him.
He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about. Top to bottom, tip to tail, it's about the truth. Not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral
And
certainty is
to a
defined
moral
as the
certainty.
highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you. Not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Did anyone think he was going to start
All right, Mr.
quoting
Lally?
Eminem? Because I was sitting here going,
Thank you, Your Honor.
You've got one moment, one opportunity. I was waiting for it. Also, what's interesting is that do justice is something that DAs in the LA County District Attorney's Office say frequently. It's very interesting to hear that specific phrase in this trial. It is a very strange flashback to, my former office. Well, mine and Alan Jackson's former office. So with all of that, Law Nerds, we're going to take a swoop as Adam Lally tries to finish this case and follow Alan Jackson. He is a good storyteller. He is passionate. He didn't mention a jury instruction except for beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, which is the language in Massachusetts. I think that is stronger language than most jurisdictions across the US. That to a moral certainty is not something you see in jury instructions elsewhere. And that is a heavy burden because he leaned into this jury. What are you going to do with what is before you? So as he is talking about the people in the courtroom and their testimony, it's an interesting closing. And now Lally has to follow what is a very good closing argument by Alan Jackson. And he has to point out how his case proves that Karen Reed intentionally killed John O'Keefe with her vehicle because they charged her with second-degree murder, with driving under the influence, causing death, operating while intoxicated, causing death, and hit and run, causing death. So let's get into the prosecution's closing, and then it'll be jury instructions, and then the jury will begin deliberation. So let's go. Not my stream not starting. It could have been such a moment, internet. Let me be great. Don't forget to do the YouTube things. And for those of you that don't have the app yet.
I hit him.
Sorry, Lally. I needed to tell the Law Nerds about the app. We knew that's how you were going to start, though. Don't forget to get the app. We're going to be on Jury Watch soon.
I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant. 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag, valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life.
Chad, I also thought it was 3 times.
If anyone saw anything.
I don't know why it's 4 times now.
Happened.
I thought it was 3.
And the defendant said, I hit him.
It was 3 in opening. In opening, it was 3.
Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
It was 3 in opening.
Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him, repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him. You heard testimony from Officer Sarif, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this. This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left
I don't think
after
he
striking him
lay
with her motor vehicle
dying at that time of
several
day.
hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard.
Didn't you say he was already dead
There's
by the time
certain
EMS arrived?
things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. And I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The
What little
things
things?
start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially
By you.
defense by obfuscation. It's a 3-card monitor. Facts and the evidence in this case are your card. They're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do, is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement. Look at this person. Look at that person. Look at text messages. Look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the 3 indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide, using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt,
So far,
let me first just address Trooper
this is
Proctor.
better than his opening.
Text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are,
However,
and
undefensible.
their
However,
content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts
That's
from his
what we're going
personal
with?
phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence. No evidence whatsoever. Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence
interesting
of any
angle on
beyond
that.
speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. 2 things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with.
Somebody
You heard a lot
walking out
about
during
from,
closing.
those particular friends and
Interesting.
from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline.
Timeline. There's a timeline. We got a timeline.
This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28,
Oh, there is a
2022,
timeline. Thank
9:49 in the
God.
morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope."
Everybody with the
2:25,
nope.
Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. He then texts the defendant, OMG, stop calling. This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, so you're not into this anymore. 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, I am not answering, stop calling. The defendant then texts John, then stop starting with me. 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking him to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point at which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's.
I'm glad they did a timeline of the drinks.
All cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. The drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall.
Oh my God.
Several individuals at the waterfall.
That is not the serve you think it is.
Her coat when she walked in. And
I think she remembered is the thing.
On the C.F. McCarthy's video, her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right
Why
hand.
aren't you just arguing that she was so drunk she forgot she did it?
Some of these drinks are not
I don't think she was lying.
tall cylinder drinks. What she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, where to? 12:14 a.m.
This should still be on the timeline.
Driving,
I hope that it is for the jury.
In his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving. Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe and speaks with him regarding directions, or going over which way to come in Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest, as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data.
Sorry. I was just trying to move
reference to coinciding with what you observed in the black SUV from each of those respective
This
videos.
is better than his opening.
12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32 and 34 Fairview Road where his body is discovered the next time.
Notice they tied it to 12:25, and the defense tied and pinned Karen Reed leaving at Fairview at 12:30. So those parts of the closings actually line up because John O'Keefe's phone stops moving at 12:25, and the defense was very clear that Karen leaves at 12:30 and is back at John O'Keefe's by 12:36.
Movement.
So that timing still leaves a window. We'll see what the jury thinks.
12:25 a.m. period.
I don't think
Ms. Roberts.
I don't think that's going to overcome the
on the grass
reconstruction data
underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. The movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota
now I got to move. Thanks, Lally. Now I got to move myself.
Now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, for 24.2 miles per hour for 62 and a half feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voice.
Do you find the timeline helpful, or are you guys already done after? Jesus Christ, that scared me.
So within minutes of that vehicle.
Do you guys find the timeline helpful, or was Jackson's closing so strong that you're just like, yeah, okay, whatever? I'm going to back that up because it jump scared me. I should have seen the little sound bubble, but this is the first time we've seen any piece of a timeline from the prosecution in a visual way.
Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the
I just don't know if it's too late.
Leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62 and a half feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, John, see you later. 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 37, it sounded like this.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
I think the defense
Somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was.
I think the defense did a good job contextualizing these before the prosecution got up and did it, because now we have two very different versions of what those texts are and the context around them. All right, let's keep going.
Defendant knew exactly where it was. She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight, and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he
I
is.
left him at the
We
waterfall.
got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall.
She changed that after talking to Jen
5
McCabe,
a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a cloud. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KCP, calling 911. Something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent and calling your parents and all of these
Not
other
if you're
things.
worried about a DUI.
No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m.
No.
Defendant's vehicle.
No. How do you come to that conclusion? She seems to be going to the waterfall because that's where she thought she left him until Jen McCabe told her she didn't. That was Kerry Roberts' testimony. Okay.
It was seen
I'm gonna let
at
you
Washington
finish.
Street and Chapman on the Temple
This was
Beth
just
Abraham
panic.
video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before. And she had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts return to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, and no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12 indicating this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times.
Yep.
So where I'm
You
starting
showed
it from
it a
this
dozen
point
times.
is this part
Oh,
right here.
oh,
is the
good,
spot
more.
that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with a vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road.
That's an interesting way to use that. That's why he's using the worst video. To argue with the visibility.
In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. But the defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. To circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe.
We knew circle back was
to his
coming.
families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. You heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Miss Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated.
That was great testimony.
Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. The defendant shows up at the house, abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages in the phone call on January 28th. You've heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. The defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dighton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan.
Oh, she also accused him of being with another woman
and
in her voicemails. So it's kind of consistent.
Defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, following this incident with Marietta Sullivan, going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes, and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out. And
You haven't
he
talked
and
about the
Sullivan
accident
have a
reconstructionist yet, though.
Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from her. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is. You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house.
Oh.
They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to C.F. McCarthy's, eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have the testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security code to the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots.
She said she knew where the cameras
Mr. Higgins
were.
and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game in which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are.
Right.
There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. no video.
I think
The variety of stories that
he thinks the I know where the cameras are is like I have access to them, not I know where they're placed, so I'm going to stand between what they cover. I think he's interpreting that in a very odd way.
defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview, so she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead, and then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember.
She did say
tells
that.
Ms. McCabe about the cracked tail light
That seemed
before they
consistent.
even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged tail light
Damaged.
in the middle of a blizzard.
Damaged.
Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken tail light in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st.
She also said it was cracked,
between
and then said the crack was
defendant
consistent with
and
the
Laura
shattered.
Sullivan from January 29th,
Some
in which
smell.
the defendant indicates to Laura Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time of where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 and 5:35.
That's okay.
Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of that.
Too much in the
Also
weeds.
from Super Garino as well.
Too much in the
These
weeds.
searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whiffen, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what did Mr. Green say? Yes.
He said they changed one program and not the other one. Is
But
actually
those
what he said.
questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. He knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicated is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitney, firefighter Woodbury, asking Miss McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for. When she asks over and over
That's
again, is
bold.
he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Huh.
You have the testimony that you heard.
That is
from
an
Ms.
interesting
McCabe
argument. She was looking for
and Ms.
confirmation
Roberts.
that he was dead.
I say them together because as far
You
as
were
these two
arguing
women
intentional
were concerned,
homicide,
they
I
did not
guess.
know each other, really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they had ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022, is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reeboks outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece, and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Albert said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe, that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman, going down Fairview of coming off
That's why
of
you asked
Chapman.
about the hills,
You
because of the
first go down a big, steep
stair
hill.
data.
It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second. 2 hills going down on Chapman.
He did ask like 50 witnesses about
Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before, and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But
I don't
she's
know how
giving
long you've
directions,
been
and
going, but
she's
we haven't
indicates
gotten
that
to
she
the collision yet.
uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging
You're
to
gonna end with
Bella
that?
or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about it at that time. It's that much on her mind. Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further.
So we should now
that
be
it's
in
the area of the fire hydrant
time with when
flagpole
this
where Mr.
happens.
O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense that it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece, Kaylee, at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen, Jen, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall.
We were at
The
Fairview.
variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over
And
the
you
course of
haven't
that
gone
morning.
over how.
Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tail. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicate, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 20th?
I know where this is going.
They take off their boots, they get out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail. It's after the defendants arrived back at One Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is. Okay. She knows it's not an issue. He's not coming home because she hit him with her SUV and she left him in the snow.
She didn't take off her shoes when she was driving home.
Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe,
because she knew he was dead.
frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the back seat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. You have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and they bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting the resuscitative
Every
efforts,
time you
trying
say
to save
several, I
his life.
cringe because it's more than
Ms.
several.
Roberts indicate that she observed underneath it, only the phone, but the phone on the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. And you heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow and a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, and Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, is still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight.
He did say that.
Observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th at about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit.
It's a good use of the taillight
Remember,
photos.
the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries. It's blunt impact injuries and
Plus
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out. Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe, that initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Sportibello was testifying to, and no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts
She
viewed
said
Mr.
it was
O'Keefe's body
possible.
after his passing.
Your witness said it was possible, though. Are you going to talk about how the car hit him?
That all the testimony tells you the same consistent account.
Maybe not.
Internally, externally. From civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Saraf's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Saraf. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away, in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence
That's the
do you have of that?
closing?
You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments and incessant phone calls and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to C.F. McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas. The men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. Kolakithis, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting the driver's seat.
Why are we
and
talking
the victim,
about
Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the
the
passenger
waterfall so much?
She said they left the waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into as far as
Interesting.
Sergeant Buchanan, are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked. What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Green. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in their testimony, and the defendant knew, based on her questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson. Ms. Maxson indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxson are taking a left onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxson can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do
Because
they
the
see
murder
anyone
hasn't
leave
happened
the
yet?
vehicle and go into the house.
He just
The
kind of
vehicle
dumped his
moves up
voice down
on
there.
different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Brian Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson drive away from that. We heard the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house, where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning. You have the testimony recalled, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets.
There's the judge.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Colin Albert, Miss Allison McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that it was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m.
5 minutes.
Testimony from Chris and Julie Albert.
We haven't much talked
Parents,
about the
as far as when he
collision.
comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed.
I'm talking
You
about
have
Colin
that
Albert.
testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in earlier in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those text messages. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level. 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard the testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration for Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard it, Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29.
You're just now getting to this?
Extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. And you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to the forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, the clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday. 12 inches and then 6 inches for the tail end is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit are consistent with the dimples on the tail light cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. You have the testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that tail light house.
Past that real quick.
His DNA is there, to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have the testimony from Ms. Hartman, Trooper Paul, as regard to the damage that they observed, the dent, the scratches, the 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chark.
He hasn't mentioned the shoe either.
Mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes,
He hasn't
all
talked
consistent
about when
with
she
pieces
hit
of
him.
tail light that are found within his clothing.
You have like 30 seconds.
Ms. Gilman, if I could.
You have like 30 seconds.
6:05. This is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately that distance. There's another years and years ago. Started practicing in Norfolk County in Braintree, what is now Quincy. I eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became president of the United States. His name was John Adams. John Adams once wrote, "Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence." What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over.
I literally have one sentence.
One sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit and electively demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find it so. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, thank you.
Wow.
Jurors, I have my instructions on the law I'm going to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break?
No, start it
We
now.
can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
The court is giving the jury a quick bathroom break. We're going to put up a poll.
You are muted.
For the 51,000 of you here, hi, welcome. We're going to be on verdict watch real quick. It's going to take the judge, she said, about an hour to go through her jury instructions. I had thought 30 minutes. She might not read swiftly, so which is probably better for the court reporter. So we are at the end of closing argument. We have just finished closing arguments in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The court took a brief break before reading the jury instructions. The judge believes it will take about an hour to read those, and then the jury will get the case. It is about noon, no, 12:20 local time. So they are going to get this case right around or right after when they normally take their lunch break, and then the court day normally runs through 4:30. So we will be on verdict watch this afternoon to see if this jury comes back. I don't anticipate that this will be very long deliberations. I can always be wrong with that. I thought the Murdaugh deliberations would take much longer, and then they sure didn't. So you never know. And because you never know, we built a app for you, the Law Nerd app. We will let you know when the verdict is in. If I stop streaming before that happens, because there is a possibility we will still be chatting and answering questions, which has happened in cases as well. So I will keep you in the loop on the Law Nerd app. We're going to put up a poll to see what you think of the closing arguments, whose argument you found more persuasive. I do not poll on verdict, but I will poll on what's more persuasive. And then after we do the jury instructions, we will talk about the instruction that none of the lawyers talked about on the involuntary manslaughter the court said that they were giving yesterday. So we will see what the court does with that. I'm waiting to hear that instruction. None of the attorneys addressed it. The attorneys didn't talk about the instructions at all, which was something I always did. The instructions can be difficult. The instructions can be hard to work through. And it's normally not the defense. The prosecution normally walks through the elements and then says, these are the elements that show that this is what happened. But Lally spent so much time talking about Jem McCabe's testimony and the snow and the hills, and that he was running out of time by the time he very briefly said that the defendant drove in reverse over 24 miles an hour, struck John O'Keefe, causing catastrophic head injuries and causing his death. So I ask you to return a vote of guilty. Why save the most important part of your closing till you are run out of time? It was mind-boggling to me. He didn't address it early on. He kind of said in a snarky way, the murder hadn't happened yet, but he started his closing with, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. In opening, that was only 3. And it is kind of wild to me, the way his closing went. I thought his closing was better than his opening. I thought it was more clear than his opening. But I imagine when you guys see that juxtaposed with Alan Jackson's closing, who used to be a major crimes prosecutor in LA, I think you see the difference in how these attorneys presented their case. But what was so interesting to me is that they both kind of had the same theme of their closing. Both sides, let me know if you agree or disagree. Both sides seem to argue in their closings. The other side is saying, look away. The other side is saying, ignore this, ignore that. The other side is obfuscating. The other side is trying to fool you. They both argued it. But on both sides, they argued it. And then Lally didn't talk at all about his Reconstructionist, and he barely talked about the other Reconstructionist. Barely touched it. The only time he mentioned the Reconstructionists from the Fed investigation was to say that the taillight couldn't have cracked hitting John O'Keefe's car and that the arm must have been bent. But that's not what his Reconstructionist said. And I saw some of you asking, well, does Alan Jackson get to go up again and rebut it? No, though I'm sure Alan wanted to because he is a former prosecutor. No, in this court, and it might be in this jurisdiction, if any of you practice in Massachusetts, let me know, the prosecution doesn't get or didn't get a rebuttal. It was Jackson and then the prosecutor, and the prosecutor went second because he bears the burden of proof. So let's get to your questions. Live court's not back yet after waiting over an hour this morning because another juror on the cusp of closing, a juror got dismissed. I wonder if they went immediately home and turned on YouTube, because if I were them, I'd want to see the closings too, and I would be incredibly frustrated. And there will be 2 jurors who will be incredibly frustrated, 2 who won't get to deliberate, 2 who will have been there for 31 days plus a week of jury instruction, so 10 weeks. 10 weeks and won't get to deliberate. Talk about frustrating. I imagine those jurors will be incredibly frustrated. So one last time, do the YouTube things. I don't think I've said that today. YouTube things, video, subscribe, blah, 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 blah. Law Nerd app so we can keep you on Verdict Watch. I'm not going to roll the Verdict Watch bumper until the court excuses them. And then I'm going to start my own timer here and we're going to do a countdown. And I will take a poll at some point as to how long we think the verdict will take. I will do a poll for that, and we will see how long we think the verdict will take. I will not poll on what I think it will be, but we will see. So,
All right, jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury.
I'm going to make a note about jury instructions. I'm going to take a swoop. We're going to get to the judge's jury instructions. Here's what I want you to listen for. Listen to the elements of the crime. Listen to Massachusetts' very strong reasonable doubt instruction. Beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. It is a very strong instruction in Massachusetts. Listen to the crime instructions and listen to the instructions on witnesses and on bias and see what you think. And then I am going to be listening to see if the prosecution will get the instruction they were asking for about consciousness of guilt. I don't know if they've gotten it or not. She told them even if you don't get it, you can argue it. But I don't know if they got that instruction because Lally did not say the words consciousness of guilt in his argument. So let's listen for some of those key moments of jury instructions. We've probably got about an hour.
And for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations.
I hate that.
I will try to make...
Here's why I hate it. I would want a copy of those instructions to read along with. Just listening, I would be lost. So anyway, let's keep going.
Make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't
You
do
may not
that
quarrel
regardless
with
of any
it.
opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge, and mine alone, to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part one of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases.
This will have your witness
As I
stuff,
explained to you at the
evaluating
beginning of the
witnesses'
trial, there is a
bias.
fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of
gonna
a
turn you
crime is
down a bit.
presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is
Reasonable
often
doubt.
used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Was that helpful to you to understand?
Now, how
what
do you
they need to
decide whether the
see?
Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged,
and
or the
facts.
consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now,
Yes,
your
I'm
focus
on
is on the evidence.
1.25.
I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the
I only have 1.25 for
law
another
that you
moment.
must follow in this
Nope.
case.
And there's the end of
However,
it.
I have no opinion about how you decide this case.
I was
You
trying.
should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case.
We'll get to the crime.
If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts
soon.
of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence.
Facts.
Now, the
Law.
arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing
That's an
improper
interesting
about
instruction.
conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment.
This is their weighing of
The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence.
Because they can't.
The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why.
It's easier when like the phone numbers
Any
are redacted,
information that
know
you
what
may
it
have
is.
read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions
Shouldn't
to
have come
you
across
and any
any of
other
it.
comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear,
hard
sympathy,
facts.
or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence.
Deliberation are
Please keep an
key
open mind
part
until then.
of keeping an open mind.
You'll
and
remember
of
that
the
we took a
system.
view in this case. The purpose of the view was to
Jury
help you
view.
better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case.
178
You may
weeks
use
ago.
and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations.
For those asking about
It
lunch,
is the jury's
jury will
job
have
to
the lunch
earnestly seek the truth of
as
the
they start
matter.
deliberating.
In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and
Pay
reliability.
attention to this
The
one.
jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship do they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police.
Defense asked for this. It wasn't clear that she was going to give it yesterday, and she is giving the instruction. I think this is a good instruction for the defense. The instructions very much matter in deliberations. This is a good instruction for the defense. I wasn't sure she was going to give this.
This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted test or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you, and you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were, in fact, John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant.
Not everybody.
The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself.
Interesting instruction.
You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind.
Chat, you can say hi to
You are
AJ.
not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience.
Versus experts.
But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true.
Level of experience.
There were
and
hypothetical
training
questions
as to
asked of some of
experts.
these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room.
Instruction a lot.
Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense.
Use your common sense.
Give the evidence a
Who does that
reasonable
benefit in
and
this
fair
case?
construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience.
Common
In
sense.
determining the
reasonable
facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one,
reasonable,
which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable.
That was the language Yannetti wanted.
When the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition.
I'm gonna back this up for just one moment, because I have referenced this jury instruction for like the last 8 weeks. And I think it's important as we are getting to this instruction that this instruction is one of the most critical. And I'm surprised none of the attorneys pointed it out in argument. Maybe it doesn't need to be said in this case, but this instruction about two reasonable options.
Inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore.
This part.
When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further,
this part.
When the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described.
Yep.
You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine
It's odd to me that
whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits.
And the box is facing the jury.
That completes my first part of the instructions.
All right, these are the crimes. So
now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms.
Karen Reed is charged with a second-degree homicide, second-degree murder, a operating while intoxicated causing death, a hit and run causing death. Those are all going to have multiple elements. The court yesterday indicated that she was also going to give an involuntary manslaughter instruction as a lesser included. So as we get into the crime instructions, these are the elements the jury has to decide. So let's get to the instructions that matter the most.
The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt.
Not all 3, just one.
The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result.
Meant to back
Let me
the car
help
up.
you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result.
Or leaving.
If you have
I
a
guess that could be it
reasonable
too.
doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the defendant, because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to
That's
cause
no
grievous
intent.
bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor.
that invol language
In order
goes
to
under
prove
prong
manslaughter
3.
while operating a
Interesting.
motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove
These are
beyond
gonna be
a
all the
reasonable doubt that the defendant
definitions.
was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also in doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it,
Yes, they have to prove she
and
drove
whether
on
it
the
is
road.
publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of
Intoxicating liquor
alcohol
is
in
a
the
great
defendant's
band
blood was a
name.
0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior.
Hold the witnesses.
In deciding
No, she
this
didn't
first theory of
intoxicated.
whether the defendant operated a
Her.
motor
I
vehicle
don't
under the
remember what
influence
happened.
of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also
Lally's reading
consider
the
any other
jury
evidence
instructions.
pertaining to
You
the
can see him on his
test.
desk. Everybody's
Mr.
like,
Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point.
oh,
Thank you.
somebody's moving
It's
around.
distracting,
She is
and I
not
don't want it to be
helpful.
distracting for you folks, okay?
Lally's looking down reading.
The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or
it is,
seriously
but they're
injured.
not to those
It
problems
is
yet.
not enough for the Commonwealth to
They'll
prove
get
that
there.
the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has
The next
proved the
problem would be
element.
the operation caused death.
Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or
The act is the
foresaw the
driving.
consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result.
Neither attorney explained
As
that, but
such, the
act is
Commonwealth
driving.
does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant,
death.
by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions
They get a copy
directly
when they
and
go to deliberate,
substantially set
Amelia.
in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a
And there's
matter
that
of law, the
instruction.
indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence.
So I was wrong on which one they put it as a lesser included of. They have put the involuntary manslaughter as a lesser included of the OWI. So as they go through this, she is not charged with involuntary manslaughter. She is charged with operating under the influence causing death. This instruction is for involuntary manslaughter, meaning they could choose to find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter, even though she's not charged with it. So that's what we're going to go. That's what they're going to go through now.
Also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember,
That's
Ms.
the
Reed
chain of
caused
events.
John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death.
That would be the driving.
You may
Intended
consider
to
any
drive.
credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now.
All right, this is a second lesser
In order to
included.
prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago.
And the negligence
The
is
difference
different.
between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or
just that they
unlawfully.
were.
Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant.
When we get to questions after the instructions.
The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death.
Okay, that's the two lesser
In order to
included.
prove the defendant guilty of
This is
leaving
the
the
third
scene of an
charge.
accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. Right? As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm.
Oh, Lally called
or
the snow a weapon.
intends to do an
The
act
weather was a
which,
weapon.
in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of
They're
my
getting to their
instructions.
final
I will now
instructions. This
turn
won't be that much
to
longer.
the final
We're
instructions.
getting almost to the end of final instructions. Let's make sure we're
In order
sped
for
up
a
on
jury
real
to
time.
return a verdict,
Let's
that
speed
is
this
to
up.
reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note
This
that
is at
there are still 14
1.25.
of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason,
This is
we
alternates.
customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors.
Randomly selected alternates.
If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency.
I get it.
If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with a new jury.
Yep.
In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position,
Start all over
and the
again.
jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning.
Yep.
Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations, however, in that sense is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank
Seat
you.
number 1 is the foreperson.
When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room.
Like in the
It
bathroom.
is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight.
Respect each
To
other.
reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict.
Never surrender.
Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful...
Stop it. They always do. They sit down and go want to vote. And then if they all agree, then they go, we should probably hang out for a minute. That seems too fast. They all take a vote. Even though she's like, you don't just go in and immediately take a vote. They all take a vote.
And thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them, and I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing, and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions.
That was not me.
So don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important.
Right, speak up.
In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you.
Okay,
decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to see counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
Before we reduce your number to 12. So I'm going to speed us up to real time, which is only about a moment behind because we were on 1.25. And then we are going to be starting verdict watch. So I will answer questions after we get the jurors excused. They're going to likely draw seat numbers out of a hat or however the court does it. And then they're going to reduce the number, and then we'll take a poll. Excuse me, we'll take a poll on how long we think this verdict will take. So with that, they're going to get lunch. No verdict between 1 and 2 p.m. Eastern time. It's 1:23 now. So that's right, 1:23 now. So they're going to start lunch, and then she might extend that, but the court's taking lunch. So if they come back with a super fast verdict, and that would even be a little fast for a case like this, by the end of the day seems more reasonable if they're going to come back with a quick verdict. So we will go through that as we get to the break. So I don't think some of you were saying, I think the jury will come back tomorrow. I don't know if they'll want to. It has been 10 weeks. It's a Tuesday. I think they're going to be ready to be done, but we can go ahead and end the poll from whose closing argument you found more persuasive. So make sure you get your votes in. I know there's over 50,000 of you here, so hello. A bigger verdict watch today, not our biggest, but a big verdict watch today. So that's what we're going to do. So thank you, Miguelina, for going ahead and ending that poll. 96% of you thought that the defense's closing was more persuasive. And then we will do a verdict watch, and we'll go through super chats and questions and stuff. But until they swear the jury, we're not on verdict watch yet. We're almost there, though.
You are unmuted.
Melanie, thank you for the super
so,
chat.
So, Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
Chat is bay. All right. Alternates. And I'll probably answer questions for a few minutes and then take a break together. They're rolling like bingo balls.
The juror sitting in seat number 3, who is juror 79, step down and take your place as an alternate. And the juror sitting in seat number 2, juror 14.
So jurors from seats 2 and 3 were both selected. Juror number 1 is the foreperson.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I suggest that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate venue in place until they agree, that you're not suffering any person
The
to
clerk
speak
was
to
like,
them,
hear
to
ye,
speak to
hear ye,
themselves,
I'm
nor
ready to
ask them
be
if they're
done.
agreed, nor suffer them to
lunch.
disperse until they're discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
It's 10:26 a.m. Pacific.
Taking your notebooks.
And we are on verdict watch. Chat. Y'all, I didn't know if we were going to get there this week. I didn't know if we were going to get there before 4th of July week. The fact that this case was so long. And then as we got into the defense case, it was just like, boom, like the zooming through the end of this case is absolutely unbelievable to me.
Right.
The judge is going to put stuff
counsel,
on the
I'll give
record,
you a few
I'm
minutes
sure.
to work with Mr. McDermott on the
Exhibits.
and then I'll come back up.
All right. We're not going to go anywhere. We're going to stay on, we're going to stay here. The court's going to do some, I'm sure, put some business on the record. So I'm not going to, I'm going to answer some questions. We're not going to end our stream yet, but we're not going to hang out on the OnlyFan. So, chat, we've done it. It's been a minute since we've been on Verdict Watch, but here we go. It just feels so official that we are now officially on Verdict Watch. For those of you asking, lunch is provided to the jurors. The court told them in her instructions that the jurors may deliberate during lunch, but they will not take a verdict till after 2 p.m. And then we will see what they do. I would not be surprised by a verdict today. I think there will be some things for them to go over, especially when we're talking about those lesser included crimes. So let's talk about that before we get to all of our super chats, because I know there's going to be questions about them and we need to talk about it. So Susan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Look, chat is bae. I love you guys in here making it rain. I should have gifted memberships when we hit 50,000. I will do that in a few. I'll gift some memberships as well because we're here. So as a reminder, for those of you that are new to my coverage, if you've not been on Verdict Watch with me before, we used to do this with a text line, but it was not international. So we had some brainstorming with Team Baker, and we built the Law & Order app, which is free for you. So if you want to download the Law & Order app, we will be sending out app notifications when we have a verdict, whenever that is. I will also be updating the app when the jurors go home for the day, because when the jurors go home for the day, I think you also might want to know that we're not like, pause, time out for Verdict Watch. We'll be back in the morning. I think that's very helpful. I hate it when I don't know if the jurors had gone home for the day. I used to call, depending on how long I was waiting for verdicts, because I had some verdicts come back very, very quickly and some take days. But when the jurors would leave, I'm like, are they gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? Did they decide to leave a half hour early? Can I please go home now? Like, being on Verdict Watch means you get nothing else done. So if, for me as a trial attorney at least, I couldn't even sit down and answer emails. I would just wander around the office and talk to my coworkers until we got a call from the court. So if you find yourself today feeling antsy, just know that that's normal. And it's part of like putting something you're at least invested in enough that you're watching it with me every day and that you're here for these closing arguments. You are invested in what's going to happen and what the outcome is going to be in some way, even if you're just like, I just want to see what they decide. But it's normal to feel very, very antsy about what's going to happen and feel kind of anxious waiting for a jury. So just know if you feel a little discombobulated today, it's normal. It's part of Verdict Watch. It's part of just, what are we doing? What are we doing today? I'm so invested. Let's talk about the lesser included crimes and those instructions for that. I'm going to answer this very generous super chat. The screen name is, because look, if I don't say the screen name is, somebody's going to be listening and be like, did Emily just say that? No. The screen name is DA Morrissey Sucks, and it asks, was the consciousness of guilt instruction given? No, it was not. The language the defense wanted was given. The consciousness of guilt instruction was not given. And we're going to talk about one of the instructions that got, I think, a little bit confusing in there, because there is an instruction that goes to the prior acts, and that is not the same as the consciousness of guilt instruction. But there's some language in there that I saw some confusion in the chat, so we'll go over it for sure. So let us get into those lesser includeds and what that means. The court, backing up, the prosecution charged Karen Reed with 3 things: the second-degree murder, the operating under the influence causing death, and the hit and run resulting in death, or the leaving the scene of the crime resulting in death. Under the operating while intoxicated or the operating under the influence, there are 2 lesser includeds, and what the court said is, by law, these lesser includeds are included. So this is not the DA doing this thing or that thing. It is literally a, by law, if you have this charge, these are the included charges. The DA and the defense agreed that they were not seeking to have a lesser included of just operating under the influence. They opted to not put that in there. But the way the instructions read, it sounded like to me, the way the instructions were read, is that these were legally required. If you have this charge, these two things are legally required under it. That includes the driving under the influence, causing death, involuntary manslaughter, and the, I want to make sure I get the title of it right because it's not in any of the charging documents, the motor vehicle homicide, which is the lowest. So as you're going to go through there, you're going to have the most serious charge, then the next, because the motor vehicle homicide just includes that negligent driving. So we're going to talk about those real quick because the jury, if they determine that she didn't hit him with the car, it's not going to take them that long to go through these because, again, all of them are predicated on her hitting him with the car in some way. But there is language in there that I think could have been argued that none of the attorneys argued that it didn't involve hitting him with the car. But the prosecution was so in their theory, there was no way they could get around it because they elevated the charges. Even though the reconstructionist said, could he have been sideswiped and fallen backwards? And then she left him there. Could the prosecution have argued he threw a glass at the car, she sideswiped him, and he fell backwards, and then she left? And hypothermia is a huge part of this case. Could they have argued that? Yes, but their investigation was so outcome determinative from the beginning that they were already like locked into the arm was out and she hit him and blah, blah, blah. So that's not, I think they were locked in based on their investigators and those reports that they couldn't really shift gears. So with the involuntary manslaughter lesser included, the cause of death of John O'Keefe, intended the conduct, which would be the driving. The conduct was wanton and reckless, the way that was driving. It set in motion the chain of events. And wait, those are the three. Cause the death, intended the conduct, and the conduct was wanton and reckless. And then the court defined all of those. So 3 elements on the involuntary manslaughter, which in Massachusetts still carries a max of 20 years. So the involuntary manslaughter is a lesser included, but it's not a low crime. It's not a low sentencing. It's not New Mexico where the max on the invol is 18 months. In Massachusetts, the max on the invol is very high, but the max on the driving under the influence causing death, that is a 20-year max, but a 5-year minimum. So with that, you have to do 5 years. So with the invol, it is that 20-year max, but there is no mandatory minimum. I didn't check the motor vehicle homicide, but I will when we take a little bit of a break. And that is the operating the motor vehicle on a public road. So this is more like the language of a DUI. Was under the influence or 0.08 or more while operating, was negligent while operating, and then caused the death of John O'Keefe. Again, all of these charges center around caused the death of John O'Keefe. So when you get to the lesser included, did it cause the death? And then they talk about the chain of events. So if the jury is going through the chain of events, they need to look at the way the prosecution presented it. So even if the jury thinks, well, they could have been fighting and she backed up and he threw a glass at the car and he jumped out of the way and slipped and fell and hit his head. And then she just was like, fuck it, and left him there because she thought he was going to get up and go into the house and go to the party or whatever. That's not what the prosecution presented. That's not what the prosecution argued. So I think even if the jury's like, well, I mean, maybe that could make sense, but that's not what they said. So I don't think you have to, I don't think the jury is going to fight for a theory to fit, but maybe they will. So in all of those things, you're really looking at she caused the death of John O'Keefe. But some of those charges don't mean she hit him. So could they say, yeah, her leaving him there was causing the death? Yeah, maybe. I don't know if they'll get there. You know why? Because the prosecution didn't argue it. The prosecution said she hit him with the car. So I don't think the jury's going to be looking for a theory that's not that, truly. So let us get to your questions because we're on verdict watch. I've got questions. You've got questions. We've got questions. When the court comes back from their break, we'll see what if anything the court puts on the record. and then we will decide when to break for the day. And then if we need to do a verdict stream today, we will do that. But, nothing for at least another 30 minutes, if not more. So that's where we're at. Let's do questions. Is my voice tired? Yes. Am I going to need to take a bath and go to the take a break and go to the bathroom at some point? Yes, I will. But you've got questions. I've got questions. We've got questions. So this is JT. Congratulations on being a member for 7 months. What, if anything, would a trial be without EDB and the chat? I don't know if I could do this without y'all. Honestly, there were days on this one. I'm like, can somebody just tell me what happened? I was like, no, I'm telling people what happened. Damn it. There were definitely days in this trial where I'm like, can somebody just fill me in? Thank you so much for the super sticker. It is very much appreciated. Loch Nessie said, what a trial. Thank you so much for the last 9 weeks together. Emily, couldn't have survived without you in the chat. Same. That was such an amazing closing to hear and watch from Alan Jackson. I hope the jury gets it right and we hear it soon. I will definitely do a poll when we get done if we agree. If we agree with the verdict or not. Bridget, my brain has stopped. Bridget, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Tef said, do you think other people are selling their DMB tickets for the new show? Tef, I definitely think people are either selling their tickets to the rescheduled show or putting them up in like the warehouse exchange. So I definitely think there will be tickets available because I know there are people who cannot go. There are people who traveled in for that show. So Katie said, you're so supportive of our feelings, Emily. Well, look, I'm used to being on Verdict Watch. It is what I did for a job. Some of y'all might not be used to being on Verdict Watch. It is stressful. Question, glass on the bumper. I thought the reconstructionist said he threw it. There was glass on the bumper. It was not matched to the glass in the, it was not matched to the drinking glass that was recovered at the scene. And the reconstructionist didn't say he threw it. The reconstructionist said that the tail light was broken by a small object and they could recreate the break pattern with the glass. So it was a theory that that could have happened and it could rewatch, or it could, they could recreate the damage. Oh, sorry, that was me. They could recreate the damage with that glass, but they did not say that's exactly what happened. But that's why I'm talking about throwing the glass, because that's what one of their theories were. So Miguelina, let's go up and put a poll for, and the chat voted on this, and I'm going to grant it to the chat, the house long till a verdict. So I think it's cheeky, but it is where we're at, because this whole trial, it seemed at points focused on the house long Google search. So house long to a verdict. And our first option will be 1 to 2 hours. The second option will be end of day. The third option will be early tomorrow. So that's early Wednesday. And then the fourth option will be late on Wednesday. So late afternoon Wednesday, early Wednesday. So 1 to 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours, end of day, Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon. So that's what we're going to put up for the poll. Let's see. Living in Paradise said, I don't think it's normal for me to be this anxious. It happens with Verdict Watch. Wednesday's Child said, please give a shout out to my sister in Medford, Mass. Janie, she has found you and made more peeps watch you. Facts, some fuckery. I mean, there was some fuckery moments here, weren't there? But Wednesday's Child and your sister, hello. Sammy said couldn't have gone 8 without you. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a member. I've got you guys. This is why I can't do back-to-back live trials all the time. It is exhausting for everyone involved, but I want to see what's going to happen. Candy Mom said, I caught up on the days before verdict. Waiting is hard. Thanks, EDB. Let's see. What is the fastest verdict to ever come back? I don't know. There's been verdicts that have come back in a handful of minutes because they immediately go back, take a straw poll and are like, we reached a verdict. Normally they'll wait like 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how long the verdict is. They'll say hi to each other. Remember, the jurors have not been able to talk with each other about this case for the entirety of the 9 weeks. So if this verdict takes longer than you're expecting, the jurors might just want to talk about everything. They might just want to chat. I thought they would want to chat in the Murdaugh verdict, and they came back so fast. I was like, "What? Oh, okay, that's wild." So, thank you, Miguelina, for putting the poll up. So we'll just have to see. 2 questions from Lisa EDB. Can you explain, please, what can Karen Reed be charged with? I'm so confused because it sounded like much more than I thought. It's the lesser that's confusing. 2, jury tampering. How likely is something like this here? I haven't seen anything that even remotely touches on jury tampering. And that is stuff that generally won't come out till much later if it is something that is a concern, but it is something that is much more talked about than I think actually goes on. And then we went through, and I hope it answered your question, going through what she is charged with and then what those 2 lesser includeds are. Those lesser includeds were determined by law. And so it's not going to be something that the defense isn't, prepared for. They would have told their client. I'm surprised how little they went over the jury instructions. There were a lot of jury instructions here. I think for the defense, it was a very smart choice. I just wonder for the prosecution if that's also going to be a good choice. Stephanie said, hard to believe it's been 11 months. I'm certain the verdict will come back in at least 30 minutes. Well, the judge did tell them they would have to at least have lunch, but I think they're going to want to be done by the end of day 2. And I think their conversation is going to center around, honestly, I think when the jury goes back, the conversation is going to be, do we think she hit him with the car? Because if they all agree on that, then it's done. And if they don't agree on that, then they have somewhere to start the conversation from. But if they all agree on that, they might be like, okay, we all agree. But what the fuck else is going on? Because they can't and haven't been able to talk about it. So let's see. Lisa said, lawyer just tweeted, did Lally forget to put in his timeline when she hit him with the car? Lally almost forgot to put it in his freaking closing. Amber said, Lally said they testified to the light looking the same as the pics in the Sally port, yet Jackson showed a pic of it mostly intact at 5 a.m. pulling out. Why? Who do you believe? Someone proven to change statements or a photo? And Amber, the jury will get to decide that. And the prosecution put up pictures of the taillight too. But I think there was a reason that Lally didn't talk about the officer from Dighton, because he said it was a small break, and his testimony was really consistent with Carrie Roberts' testimony. So Nikki said, definitely think they will all want to chat, especially about Proctor. Yeah, even if they come back with a verdict, they might want to sit and chat. AJ said, bothers me to see Jen McCabe there today. If they are friends with John O'Keefe's family, they are allowed to be in the courtroom. But I know it does not sit well, and it might not sit well with the jury either. So that is something that is to be considered. But the prosecutor doesn't really have much control of that, and the prosecutor probably doesn't even know. I think the defense is probably actively involved in who is sitting in Karen Reed's family section. I think the defense probably is aware of that. It's probably discussed. I don't think the prosecution discusses that at all, other than you have this many seats and you can bring who you want. I don't think there's much more conversation going on there. Seashell said, just wanted to say thank you. Of course, this is what we like to do. We like to watch trials. AJ Charles says, I can't believe we got here. I don't know what I'll do once we get a verdict. Me needs another trial real soon. Well, there's always trials going on, but I'm going to be covering Alec Baldwin next, and that'll be, July, right in the beginning of July. So right after the July 4th break. Danny Calley, 7946, said, what would happen if Karen Reed was acquitted, then went on interviews admitting that she's guilty? Would double jeopardy no longer be in effect? I don't think she would, but I'm curious. No, double jeopardy is in effect. She could go out and talk about it. I think the caveat to that would be looking at any potential federal crimes that wouldn't be subsumed in these crimes to make sure there was no quirks, that there would be federal double jeopardy. But yes, if she's acquitted, double jeopardy would apply. And so even if she went out and was like, I hit him with the car, she can't be charged with vehicular manslaughter by the feds, it's already been tried here. So trying to figure out what other things she would be charged with is something her defense attorneys would talk about. But hypothetically, if someone is acquitted, let's take it out of this case. Hypothetically, if someone is acquitted, could they go out and be like, I mean, I did it, but the state didn't prove it? Yeah, they could. Could they be retried for that? No, they couldn't. Not in the US. So could that happen? I mean, in theory, would it happen? Unlikely. It's more likely that she would say something that raises eyebrows and everybody's like, see, this thing means that. And then people want to see something else happen. But no, if she's acquitted, that's the end. The prosecution can't appeal it. That's just that is the end. It doesn't mean the federal investigation will end, but that's the end for Karen Reed. Darcy said, I can see a DUI causing death or involuntary manslaughter verdict. Juries are fickle and both closings were good. Lally's timeline was helpful. Karen's voicemail, text, and drink count might help the prosecution. They might. If the jury doesn't think that the I hit him statement is the serve that Lally thinks it is, it's going to be hard for them to get to, well, I hit him. So give me one sec. Warren, I'm going to text you real quick because that is here. Hold on. Thank you. Warren has the Starbucks. So I'm going to take a break in just a moment and use the restroom and get a coffee before we finish answering questions. But the judge is going to come back out on the bench and put stuff on the record in a moment. So I want to make sure that we don't miss that. So give me 1 second to send a text message and not say things out loud, which is hard to do when I'm streaming. Let's see. Make sure that is. I'm double checking that is right because now my brain has stopped. Yep, that's right. All right. Question. Did Lally think he did something with this closing? I think he did. It's like a ring around the posy game. No, I think Lally did think he got good points, especially when he was like making faces at the jury. I think Lally's closing was better than his opening. I just don't know if it's if we're too far afield from that, given the evidence that came in yesterday. Like, is it just too far gone at this point? Lynn said he has said everything we have been thinking. That was during the closing argument of Alan Jackson. Best hour of trial I've ever seen. Alan is a good attorney. He was a good prosecutor. He's a good defense attorney. He is a good attorney. He can be a convincing attorney. Notice that it was like simmering rage today, not snark. There's a shift there. Elena, good to see you, said, I finally figured out what bothered me about JM saying I hit him. Every time she talked about what Karen Reed said that was believable, she was imitating screams and mocking the I hit hims. And mocking, but the I hit hims were calm and matter of fact. That's a really interesting point to notice that she was speaking differently depending on the type of testimony she was giving. So sorry, the closed captioning was picking up something on the court feed, so I wanted to make sure the sound wasn't coming back. It's still unclear, but did they prove it was snowing? Right? Hold on, I got to grab some more water. The reason you keep hearing a refrigerator is because it is literally right here. But water must need more water. How's long for more water right now? Pity Mom says, understanding the trial won't be streamed when the FBI files conspiracy charges against the Alberts and McCabe's, will that be public knowledge? If there are indictments, that will be known. So yes, indictments would be known if there are indictments. And if the feds charge somebody, it goes into federal court. Ashley said, I hit him. I bit him. Signed Chloe, the rehomed dog. Alan definitely talked about the dog getting rehomed quite a bit. So maybe not quite a bit. Quite a bit is maybe not accurate. He, I think, talked about it appropriately. I wonder if the Alberts are there so the turtle can't be. Okay. Lego Mom Meg said, hi to my mom, Tori, a new law nerd with this case. Well, welcome. Welcome to the other law nerds that have found, oh, that's loud. Sorry. My channel with other trial coverage. I don't want to spill water on my computer. So the This is easier than taking a water bottle. Top off and on. Brian Albert could drive all the way to the courthouse today, but couldn't walk 30 feet outside his house on January 29th. It is a fair point. It didn't sit well with me in the opening statements that nobody went outside, and it still doesn't sit well with me. It is odd behavior. The defense opening argument to me focused quite a lot on what they believe the facts and evidence were. The prosecution's closing focused a lot on Karen Reed's behavior, but not as much on actions. It was a lot on statements and behaviors. So let's see. I'm going to keep getting to your questions. Drinking grape lemonade anxiously while waiting. We're going to be waiting for a little bit. How did John know to go to the side door? I don't know if John did go to the side door. I don't know. Old Smoky root beer whiskey, so yummy. That is true. I can't believe I forgot the root beer earlier. Brain tired. Jennifer said, if Karen Reed is found not guilty, can she be sued by the O'Keefes? For like wrongful death? In theory, yes. I don't know why they would at this point, given the evidence that we've heard from the accident reconstructionists. But I mean, in theory, civil suits can happen. Damocles of Syracuse said, I give this one less than a year before this one is up on all the true crime shows. Oh, there's no argument. Netflix is already filming and they have cameras in the courtroom. So there's no argument on that. Is my family traveling with me? Not on this one, because they have stuff at home that they have going on. And VidCon is incredibly, incredibly busy. And I am in meetings and kind of out of the loop a lot during the time I'll be here. Radio Gaga 2811. I'm sorry I missed this earlier. Honestly, cannot believe we're done. I feel bad for some of the prosecution witnesses in this case who were caught up in the fuckery. Thank you, EDB. You are welcome. There were some really lovely witnesses that I enjoyed, but I don't think we needed to hear from. Did we need to hear from the Kolakeithises? Like, did we? So what is your opinion in this case, Emily? I don't think the prosecution proved their case. I don't think the prosecution proved their case. I don't know how we get to a verdict relating a vehicular anything with those accident reconstructionists. And I'm frustrated that even with those accident reconstructionists, the Commonwealth thought that these were the charges to go forward on. So it's a lot. So I'm frustrated. I found this case frustrating. I don't know how you go forward. I don't know how you go forward after those reconstructionists, no matter what else. I just don't know how you do that. It's really, really frustrating to watch. So 30 days of that. Thank you, Warren. You guys, since we are waiting for the court to retake the bench, and it seems like they've taken a bit of a break, I'm going to take a bit of a break to use the restroom. We will message you in the app. I will probably give myself like 15 minutes and then see what the judge is going to do, answer some questions, and then we will end the stream for the day while we are on verdict watch. So hang out for a minute. I will be back. We will answer some more questions, but I do need to use the restroom. I do need to grab a coffee. So give me like 15 minutes. What time is it now? It is 10:55. So I'll see you back here Pacific. So I'll see you back here at 11:15. Let's give it 20 minutes. Let's take a little bit of a break. 11:15, go to the restroom, finish answering some questions, and then see, because that gets us past that 2 p.m. threshold, and then we can hang out together just a little bit. So let me put on our lovely, lovely StreamYard music that we vibe to, and we will be back in just a few. So Lonards, don't go anywhere. I'll message you when I'm back, but I will be back at 11:15. Sooner. If the court comes back, I will also come back and we'll let you know. So let's do that. Everybody take a minute, hydrate, get yourself some food, use the restroom. I'll see you in a few. Hello, amazing law nerds. Hello, hello. I'm going to answer some questions. I wanted to make sure we had time to, well, I had time to eat and we had time to see if the judge was going to come back. She has not yet. So I think they're probably just on lunch. But we're going to go answer some of your questions and then see where that takes us to. So it's good to see everybody. We're going to have a little chat. We are on verdict watch. The jury has been out 55 minutes, not long at all. The local time is now 2:20. So with 2:20, the jury was told they're not going to take a verdict till 2 at a minimum. They have not been out that long. So the other thing I want to remind everyone is do not read too much into it within the first day or so. You never know. You never know what jurors are thinking. And sometimes they come to a quick verdict and want to chat. Sometimes one juror is like, nah, I need to talk this shit out. I don't feel good about this. I need to talk it out. You never know what goes on in jury rooms. What I will say is the attorneys with lots of jury experience know that more than most. So we will see what they do. But what we're going to do is stream and chat. And I think everybody's ready to be like, right? Just did the Commonwealth prove it or not? And what does the jury think about that? There are a lot of jury instructions to go over. So with that, let's see. Did they break for lunch at 1? No, they broke for lunch a little bit later. I think the court's on lunch. The jury was given their lunch and told they could start deliberating so they can start talking while they're eating, which I imagine is what they want to do because it's so hard. I would imagine to 10 weeks, right? For them, 9 weeks of evidence, a week of jury selection, 10 weeks. And they haven't been able to talk about the case with anyone. And they can't talk about it at home. They can't talk about it with their fellow jurors. They can't talk about the evidence. They can't be like, those fucking text messages, right though? Or did Alan Jackson in this, you're taking a fighting stance. Come on. They didn't get to talk about any of it. Not the solo cups, not the Stop and Shop bags. They haven't been able to talk. So they are going to want to talk. So being able to start deliberations over lunch gives them a little bit of time to talk. So we'll see. They've got about 2 hours left till they're normally dismissed. And I still think they will come back by the end of the day. But it doesn't mean they will. It doesn't mean they won't. It's just we've had some real quick verdicts, because I anticipated this time they probably won't. That's the way. That's the way. EDB question, have you ever had the opportunity to sit on jury deliberation? No. Whether it be a mock jury or one that you've been a part of, no, I haven't. I've conducted jury trials. I've talked to a lot of jurors after trials. I've had jurors talk to me after trials. I guess that's the same thing. Emily, you're getting very ADHD at the moment. Did I take my... Probably not. But I've not had a chance to sit on a jury. Lawyers can sit on juries, not everywhere, but in the US, lawyers can sit on juries. It's not common that people leave lawyers on their juries, but it does happen. I left a lawyer on my jury once, and I immediately regretted it afterwards because he had a very long list of feedback. I thought analytically he would be good for the case. I didn't realize that I didn't need that much input. It was let me tell you what I think of everything. I was like, I probably don't want all that input, but thanks though. At least when it's on the internet, people don't have to take my input. Lally can just be like, you know what? Fuck off. I'm going to what if anything my way into every other trial I do. Sure, that's fine. Go right ahead. Let's get back into your questions. Some of these are going to be from much earlier this morning, but I have coffee and I've had something to eat. So the mood is good. The mood is good. And as I said, these are from the morning. So Brandy Rose said, a juror is at the bench talking to the judge. Yep, it was a busy morning. Emily, can the defense or Commonwealth object during closing? Yes, they can. We saw that done quite a bit in Depp v. Heard, didn't we? There were some misstatements of the law in closing during Depp v. Heard. What could start the chain for Invol? Dropping him off? Him getting out of the car? Her being drunk and driving? None of the attorneys argued it, so the jury is left to come up with their own. Isn't that interesting? Normally, the jurors the lawyers will tell the jury what they think starts chains like that. They didn't even address it at all. The lawyers just pretended like it didn't exist. This has been a long and winding trial. Thanks. You are welcome, Maui Love. Sorry, with the words not being able to, the I and the L did not separate properly for me. Member for 16 months. Thank you so much, Maui Love. We ended up with a monetized stream. I'm pretty surprised. I actually thought, and the chat called it, you guys absolutely called it, when Jackson was like, and called her things I can't even say. Like, I'm not going to even dignify it. So that was interesting. But the chat called it. They're like, he's not going to, he's going to be offended. And he was. I think Rolling Hills Asylum in East Bethany, New York. I think we talked about this earlier. What brand of watermelon whiskey do you buy? Old Smoky. They also make the root beer whiskey. Do you think Lally can feel that he did not prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, if he felt that way, he shouldn't have prosecuted the case, and he has the option to not prosecute the case, which is why I hold him to a bit of a different standard, because he has the option to not. Like, the defendant doesn't have the option to not. The state has the option to not. They're the only ones that have the option to not in this scenario. And he had those FBI reports, and he didn't choose to not. They asked the court for more time. He could have dismissed the case. There's a lot he could have done. But no, there were times in closing, he came off a little bit cocky to me, a little bit sure of his case. And that was interesting to see. So no, I don't think you guys tell me what you thought of Lally's demeanor. His demeanor in cross was pretty snarky too. Like, his demeanor at the end of the case was just kind of like, I got this. That's how I read it. Maybe you guys read it differently. Please let me know. I mean, we've been watching these attorneys for 9 weeks now, and the what if any grates at the inside of my brain. So it was hard, but it seemed there was some, I don't know. I don't think that he feels that way about his case. I think Lally, I don't think he feels that way about this case. At least that's not what I saw. Alan said, it's hard for me to put myself in the jury's shoes and block out the potential outside influences and developed bias. How much faith do you have in the jury? I have faith in the jury. Thoughts about having lawyers on the jury? I don't mind having lawyers on the jury. It depends on the case. Every jury depends on the case. You pick a jury kind of for you and for the case. Like, jurors who will like you, or at least like you well enough, or at least listen to you, and then you pick a jury for the case. So there would be some cases that having a lawyer, some attorneys might really like on a case. It's getting both attorneys to agree on that is tricky. Witchy Jesse said, thank you for being an amazing community. Thank you all. Emily, you're going to need to take a break soon. Yep. Witchy Jesse said, thank you all for being an amazing community and brightening my worst days and making it better. Emily, you're amazing. Well, thank you. And it's nice to see someone with the same neurodivergence as me. I know. This is an incredible community. It's a great place to watch trial. I have seen some of the other chats around the interweb. It is not the same. It's just not the same. I don't think that the people involved in the case should be maligned and threatened. If people don't like them, I think they should be able to say, oh, that testimony doesn't seem believable. That seems awful. But I think people can do that without death threats or whatever. So there's things like that are awful. So this community is incredibly, incredibly special. Kathy said, I got dismissed from the jury because I knew the judge. Well, yes, you can't sit on a jury where you are friendly with the bench officer. That is not going to happen. So a good way to get out of jury duty, though, befriend more judges. And that is a very good way to get out of jury duty. Waterfall outing for the jurors later. I don't know if they're going to want to go to the waterfall with the high tops. I think they're probably going to want to step away from this. And I imagine they're going to want to step away from the potential attention that could come with this case. Colin and Brian Albert is sitting with the O'Keefes today. I saw that. I thought that was interesting. And it was interesting that they were sitting in there. We couldn't see most of their reactions, but they were sitting in there. Well, they were called out quite vigorously by Alan Jackson. And if the jury's on Jackson's side, the jury's going to be like, yeah, get him. If the jury's not on Jackson's side, they're going to be like, that's a bit heavy-handed. But I can also see a jury not being on Jackson's side with that and being like, I don't know about all that, but what I do know is what those last two witnesses said. What those last two witnesses said. And the jury doesn't have to find that Jackson proved anything except that there was doubt there. He very strongly, and probably his client feels very strongly about more in this case than just nobody proved she hit him with a car. And we saw that in his closing. But the jury can be like, I don't know about all that, but did she hit him with the car? Because the witnesses were pretty sure that didn't happen. Dwight Schrute, good to see you. Question: if you were accused of a crime, who would you hire as your attorney? It depends on the crime. Do I have to pick out of lawyers in this case? It depends on the crime. It depends on the crime. So different attorneys for different things. Yeah, but that's not, it's not something I'm imminently concerned about. An over-caffeinated woman refuses to surrender her Starbucks. Milena said, or Emily D. Baker and Amy Van Dyken refuse to leave restaurant. They are still chatting. These are the types of things I worry about getting in trouble for, because we did actually make reservations to go eat like 20, 30 minutes after the restaurant opened. And at closing, they were like, is there anything else you guys need? We're like, oops. Just want to say thank you, all the law nerds and mods, for helping me get through a very difficult time. Emily, I love watching you. You're amazing. Thank you. You're an inspiration. I don't know about that, but this, I will say, when it comes to inspiration, this community inspires me quite a lot. I find it tremendously uplifting. It is a community that is there for each other, that wants to know more, that wants to know the facts, that wants to have a giggle if somebody talks about why size matters or cocking and decocking, while not losing the perspective that these are people involved in this, and we are dealing with the worst aspects of people's lives when we are watching as observers, and also wanting to be observers of what's happening, of the law, and witnessing it together and talking about it and seeing how we feel about it. Dee Dee said, EDB, why was the state allowed to keep Karen's car impounded? It's evidence. So it's evidence. So they are allowed to keep it until they are done. And they are required to kind of keep it safe. But it's evidence. Most vehicular cases, though, the car is so damaged. I don't know if I've seen a vehicular where the car was drivable. Most of them are so damaged they go to impound and they're totaled out. Her car is got to be totaled out now by insurance because they ripped apart the whole motherboard and stuff. I can't imagine she'll get her car back. I don't know. There's probably an insurance adjuster somewhere in the chat. They've already ripped apart the entire infotainment system and de-chipped it or chip-offed it. The chip-off sounded like, getting chip-faced from Miscongeniality, but they already tore it apart. I don't know if her car can even be recovered, or if it would just be a total loss at that point. Courtney in the chat said that's a $90,000 car. I think that model Lexus is more than that. Kristen Factor said, thank you for covering Karen Reed gavel to gavel. Of course, I went in and wanted to see how it worked. Somebody asked, does she still need to make payments? I don't know. The auto adjusters in the chat might know. What happens if it gets totaled out? I mean, if there's a difference, I imagine you have to pay it. If there's a difference between the amount it's totaled out for and the amount you owe, I think you would have to pay that, but those are things I don't know. EDB, why did the judge give defense 5 minutes? I don't think they had a limit either side for closing. They did. They each had an hour. So that's why the judge gave them 5-minute warnings. I appreciated that the judge told the jury. The lawyers asked for a 5-minute warning. They each got an hour. And I think it was fair. I think she gave a little space for the prosecution. I don't know if that extra time helped him. If you cannot deliver a closing argument in about an hour, there's too much going on in your case, or it is a deeply complex, like fraud RICO case. This case isn't that complex. Did she or did she not hit the thing? Everyone in the chat is like, that's why you have gap coverage. There you go. Let's see. Can she get compensation for the payments on the car? I have no idea. So, I have no idea if it is or is not. So these are the things I do not know. And I don't know if we'll ever know. So, don't know. Heather says, praying that this is the beginning of my home county, Norfolk County getting some deeper investigations into the DA and state police and connected departments. I saw that this case had attracted the attention of the governor in Massachusetts. I imagine it has attracted other attention and that there will be questions. There's already a federal investigation, so the questions are already there. So with the questions already being there, I don't know if there's much more to do with that. I'm keeping an eye on notifications. So let's see if there is not. Amy's Positive Pathway says, do you think there could be a jury nullification? I don't think that necessarily applies in this case, because I think I don't think this is a clear case. Like, jury nullification is when somebody is obviously beyond a reasonable doubt guilty, and the jury's like, fuck that, we're not finding them guilty. I don't even think you could argue that in this case. I think the conflicting evidence is so staggering. It would be like, for those of you that watch the Taylor Schabusiness trial, it's like if you watch the Taylor Schabusiness trial and saw all the evidence come in, and then the jury was just like, nah. That's where you would look at, did the jury just not agree with the law here? You can see jury nullification in like narcotics cases where it's like, yeah, and the jury's like, nah, we're not doing that. It's not common. It's really where the jury votes not guilty in the face of staggering, overwhelming evidence of guilt, and the jury is just like, we don't like this law, we're not doing this, we're not convicting someone of this. And you can jury nullification. There was one case at a courthouse that I worked at. I'm not going to disclose the courthouse, but there was one case at a courthouse I worked at, not tried by me, tried by a colleague. And it was a father who was accused of assaulting his late teen son, 16, 17, and they'd gotten in a fight, and the dad was arrested and went to trial. And the dad testified at trial, no prior record, all of that. Testified at trial that he knew his son was involved in gang activity. They had been trying to do everything they could to keep his son out of gang activity, and he believed that his son was going to be jumped into the gang that evening. And so he essentially said to his son, you're not going out there, because oftentimes jumping in involves assaults, murders, various sundrious other things. And the dad's like, you're not going out there. You're not doing this. This is not what we're doing. You're going to have to go through me. And the kid's like, I'll go through you. And the dad ended up getting arrested for the assault and was like, yes, but this is the circumstance. And the jury was like, yeah, we get it. And so he was acquitted. But that's a case where you could look at it and be like, oh, there is evidence there of the thing that happened, the assault that he was charged with. But the jury looks at it and goes, no, we're not doing that. That does not square. This is not what these laws are for. These laws aren't for this circumstance. So when we talk about jury nullification, that's what we're really seeing. We're seeing the community standing up and saying, this is not what we're doing in this community. This is not what the laws are for. So even though the person did the thing you charged him with, that's not what we're doing. So that, I think that's a good example of jury nullification in a circumstances. Like, did you do it? Yeah. Should you be convicted of it? No. Is that going to be, if she's acquitted here, would I be like, oh, this is jury nullification in play here? Do the jurors, what are they standing up for? I think if she's acquitted, the conversation of what the jurors found is different. I think in this circumstance, if she's acquitted, you look at the jury and go, so how persuasive were the accident reconstruction experts to you? And I think that's about as far as you read into it, because that information is so prevalent in this case. You've got multiple coroners and multiple accident reconstructionists who said this doesn't match with a collision. So to answer the question about jury nullification, I don't think this is a circumstance where that's even a consideration because of the evidence in this case. It would need to be a totally, totally different fact pattern for even anybody to have that conversation. So hopefully that explains a little bit about what that term means as it is commonly used. Helen said, you've got me hooked on understanding law. Thank you. You're welcome. I think understanding comes through conversation. Lisa said, after trial, I would love for you to do a stream going over the letters between Morrissey and U.S. Attorney Levy. They are super interesting. The federal investigation is definitely on my radar for after this. It's probably going to have to be after Baldwin, though, to be completely honest, just because of the timing here and how long it's going to take to get through it. So let's see. Let's keep going. I can't get over the feeling of how Karen Reed's only hope always was her incredibly expensive defense. Do we know how she is even able to afford it? I don't speculate. I don't know what she was making as a professor before. I don't know what rates her attorneys charged her because she has good attorneys, but attorneys, especially attorneys that have been in practice for a long time, will take cases at all different rates. So I'm not even going to speculate what they're charging her. I believe there was a GoFundMe because I've seen it in the chat that there was a GoFundMe, but I don't know. I think the thing that's concerning about that is when you're looking at a 30-day trial, a lot of defendants would not be able to voice the defense that she did. And that is the big question. That's one of the big questions here, right? What happens if you're not Karen Reed? What happens if you are not driving a $100,000 plus dollar car? What happens? And so there's a lot of conversation to be had around that. And I think the residents of Canton are struggling with that because, and I think Alan Jackson touched on it, right? He touched on in his closing, what if it's you? Like, what if it's us? If a fight with a spouse is now, motive for murder, then what about all of us? So we'll see. So there was a question, you get court-appointed attorney that sleeps during trials. Nikki, I don't think that's fair to most public defenders, maybe to some, but most are incredibly dedicated with what they do. I think a public defender could have done well in this case too. You know why? The evidence in this case, I think a public defender could have done very well with that. And the experts weren't experts, except for a few retained by the defense. So they didn't even need the best experts. And I thought Dr. Russell was great. I thought Dr. Sheridan was great. But I think the best experts for the defense came from, the U.S. Attorney's Office. And that's something they don't have to pay for. So I think there is room for that. Let's see. So Amber said, confused. Did the judge add involuntary even though the state didn't ask for it? Amber, great question. I would love to tell you. No, they didn't. It was a function of law that it is a necessary lesser included crime. Jocelyn said, I heard yesterday on Lawyer You Know Live that Proctor is being nice by IA. That's probably investigated by IA. Also, hi, Rosie. I got my mom back in Puerto Rico watching you. Hi, Mom in Puerto Rico. And I don't know if he is or is not, but with the federal investigation, I wouldn't be surprised. Valkyrie said, what is your lip gloss? I love the color. I don't know what I've been wearing today. It's whatever I've pulled out of my pouch today is what's happening. This is one of the new Tarte lip glosses, one of the new Tarte Juicy lip glosses in grape. It's like a color shift. It's fun. So that is what got pulled out of my bag today. O-Town Gen X girl, new member. Maybe they are dressed nice because they know they will be done early so they can go to work after. I don't know about that. It just seems like on closing argument day and what may or may not be verdict day, the jurors all kind of, there's a vibe, especially in a long trial. There is a vibe. Does the jury decide on an acquittal or the judge? The jury does. The jury would decide not guilty or what have you. So that is the jury. And a not guilty would be an acquittal. Ophelia said, can you describe what jury deliberations might look like? Are they allowed to say whatever and get it all out there? Yes. Jury deliberations are secret. They can talk about whatever they want to talk about. And then they vote, and then they take votes and polls. And then when their polls come back, they fill out the verdict forms. And normally you will see jurors go verdict form by verdict form. But But sometimes they go topic by topic. Sometimes they start with like, does anybody have any questions? Sometimes it's like, how y'all doing? This shit's been wild, right? How are you? You okay? It just depends on how much they know each other and how they get along and how much they want to be done. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to be done by the end of the day. Question, we did not see the judge inquire with Karen Reed if she would like to testify or not. Did it occur? It must have occurred. But yesterday they called her up to sidebar at some point after the jury was excused, and I wonder if they did it then outside the presence of the cameras and at sidebar. They would have had to have done it at some point, but there are a lot of points in court where the camera is pointed up at the fan and they could have put it on the record then. They would have had to, but that doesn't have to be done in the presence of the public, and that can be done outside the presence of the jury. Chelsea Morgan said, it's my 34th birthday, my gift, closing arguments. They were good too. I thought Jackson did a great job in closing. And I thought Lally did better in closing than he did in opening. So that was something. Stitches and Giggles said, EDB in chat, y'all have helped me accomplish so much. 2 boats and a 66 Duster upholstery. Thanks for the past 30 days of working with me. Hey, we're here for all the body doubling, you guys. One of these days I need to do a stream that's just like, hey, let's get the shit we need to get done. Just open out a stream and talk through like, this is what I'm doing today. Shelly said, thanks for reigniting my love for the law. I have a legal fever and the cure is more EDB. Found you because of Trooper Bukaki. Finished with Crash Daddy and the Wrench Chef's Kiss. So we were at Alpine for Dave Matthews this past weekend. Love Dave Matthews. Love. And the announcements at Alpine were unlike any like announcements that I've heard at any other venue. They were so incredibly cheeky. It's like prohibited items. And then they're going through like your normal prohibited items. And at some point they were like cowbell. And it was just so deadpan. Even if you have a fever and the only cure is more cowbell, you are not allowed to bring cowbells into the venue. And it was like on and on and on. So as we were like going through security to get in, I was just kind of giggling to myself about the cheekiness of the announcements of the venue as you were getting in. It was so funny. I was like, this is delightful. When I go back to Alpine on Sunday, maybe I'll record some of them to share with you guys because I thought they were really cheeky. So if you're going to listen to them anyway, might as well enjoy it. Cindy said, did I miss it or did they never call the tow truck driver? They never called the tow truck driver. Guess on why? I think the defense probably thought they didn't need it and the prosecution didn't do it. I think it would have been helpful with the damage or not. I don't know. Also, do you think the family choosing to have people sitting with them will sway the jury? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think interpersonal relationships are really complex and I don't know if a jury will read into it, especially with the neutral third-party experts. What is up with Jen McCabe staring at the jury and giving a slight nod? I didn't see that. People are not supposed to react too much, but small bobbles and head bobs as people are going along, especially if the jury doesn't like Jen McCabe. You never know how they'll react to it. It might actually end up hurting them more than helping them. But I would imagine if you were involved in a case like that, it's hard to see around yourself. Daniel, it's so good to see you. I'm just excited to watch you build such an awesome and engaged community. I mean, we've calmed down since this morning with over 50,000 law nerds, but it's good to see you too. Daniel, are you at VidCon? Are you here? Are you in town? And if you are, let me know. I totally want to see you. Oh, also Daniel, we have beef. I adore you. But this screenshot that you shared of me, I can't, Daniel, that is just the dirtiest screenshot. I look cute a lot of the time. Damn, I adore you. But that came across my Twitter as I'm on jury watch, and I'm like, oh, that is a dirty screenshot. We can do so much better. I'm like, at least let me look cute. At least let me look adorable. Like, let me live. The law nerds are like, we know you're cute. I know. The law nerds are like, no, we can't. Don't worry. Octo will come get you. I hope you're in town. I hope to see you. It'll be lovely. We'll see. I may or may not be streaming in the morning. We'll see what it is. Jacqueline said, if Karen Reed is acquitted, do you think the judge will share any of her thoughts about the case? Never. Or what Karen Reed has been through? The judge? No, I don't think the judge will say anything. You saw what a kerfuffle it caused when there were minimal comments given by the judge in the Murdaugh case, Judge Newman. It caused a huge kerfuffle. No, I don't think the judge will say anything about it. If the judge had anything to say, I think it will say, thank you to the jurors and thank you to the lawyers for, vigorously presenting their cases. And that is it. I would be very surprised if the judge talked about this case literally ever. It would not be wise. Jordan said, I went to a splash pad in Canton and a mom pulled out a sleeve of red Solo cups and all the kids played with them in the water. I guess Canton has a surplus amount of Solo cups. I felt like I was being punked. You're like, the Solo cups have taken on such a different meaning. Kids do love playing with cups and water though. Eric J said, have you ever spoken to a juror or jurors after a trial for any insights? Yes, all the time. If so, have you learned anything that surprised you? Yes. About how they deliberated or their thought process. I never asked about deliberations. They never told me about deliberations. Deliberations are secret, but there were jurors. Oh no, there was a hung verdict where the jury came out and just said, we could not get around this person. It's not you. It's not your case. And they said, we hope you retry it. It's not you. It was that juror was never going to do anything. It was an 11-1 hang. And so they very much let me know it. A lot of times jurors came up and asked things like, what is my lip gloss? Where did I get my water bottle? Because I've always had water bottles that are on point. Where did I get the bag I was carrying on like day 3? Thank you for being considerate of us, because there were times I would, like, if a juror couldn't see, I'm like, oh, you can't see, let me move over here or whatever. So no, I did talk to jurors quite frequently on cases. I only had one case where jurors were concerned for safety reasons and asked to be escorted back out of the courtroom, down the back of the courthouse after the verdict came down. So they were not available to chat. And they had sent that note out before their verdict came in. And you could see the defense attorney just go, like, when the jury's asking to be escorted out, when that is the jury question, it's generally not going to be a super favorable verdict. So that's what it is. And Daniel, the only reason I saw that on Twitter is because I was looking to see if there were updates on any of the accounts about this case, and I'm not seeing anything at all. So we're just hanging out. So I'm going to keep answering questions for a little bit. The jury has been out for almost an hour and a half. So let's go ahead and end our poll, Miguelina. And Lori, thank you for the gifted memberships. Nick said, been here since Toddy. This community is the best. And thank you for helping me understand my brain and get a diagnosis to help. You're welcome. I was at Erlin yesterday picking up new glasses. I've got a bunch of new glasses, but I was at Erlin yesterday picking up glasses, and we chatted about the law nerds that have reached out to Erlin because they heard about it here. And I love that people are like, no, I've got this. So it was really nice to see. So Kat in Virginia said, what if they tried to frame Lucky for hitting John with a snowplow? Would his attorney have been able to mount a sufficient defense? I mean, that's a lot of hypotheticals, but I think with the evidence here, the victims' autopsies tell quite a lot of a story. And you could see the coroner's testimony. The coroner was not going to just say, I think it's definitively this. The coroner was not going to be swayed. So it's hard to hypo in that way, but I think there were honest witnesses here that told what they heard, what they saw, and what they know. So Sassy Me said, as much as I wanted to listen to the closing, Jackson was rocking. I just want the verdict at this point. Jackson was rocking. He did a very, very good closing. All right. How's long to the verdict? End of day today, 55%, 1 to 2 hours, 22%. So 55% of you say by end of day today. Early tomorrow, 14%. Tomorrow afternoon, 8%, with over 32,000 votes. Y'all, that's an insane amount of votes. Thank you. But it seems like the over-under or the even money, the easy money, I don't gamble. I shop. But 55% seems like the safe bet. Stacy said, thank you for being there with us every step of this of this trial. This is my first time listening with all the law nerds, and I am going to be a lifer now. Yeah, once you watch a trial on this channel, you can't really watch a trial anywhere else, except for the like 7 people that'll come in and be like, why is she talking? It's like, oh yeah, no, that's the point. Like that's the whole vibe. Lexi said, I took you grocery shopping with me yesterday and must have looked totally batshit, giggling with you in my headphones about the glass yeet cannon. Appreciate you so much. I'm sure people just saw the headphones and thought you were delighted. And sometimes being delighted can delight others. I was so delighted by that testimony. It was awesome. Like that, those light moments in trial of particularly experts that are like, I just love what I saw. There were delightful moments in trial when John O'Keefe's friends early on in trial, when Mr. Camerano and Mr. Roberts were talking about the really lovely friendship that they had built with John O'Keefe. It was a really touching moment. It wasn't light the same way the yeet cannon was. It was heavier, but it was very sweet. And it was very, I thought it was very touching. And hearing them tease each other via text message and be like, get to the bar and whatever else. It just early on in trial pulled around the community that not only lost John O'Keefe, but the community that he had built, which is a really special thing. So it is a really special thing. Snazzy Shazzy said, Emily is an addiction. I have been told such by Sir Mix-a-Lot, and if you haven't listened to that podcast on the channel, you can. I have been told such by Sir Mix-a-Lot. So thank you. But this whole trial, man. And I didn't bring Vincent with me. I feel bad because I didn't bring Vincent and I didn't bring the pickle. I should have. What do you think TSA would think of the pickle? That's a reason enough to bring a pickle with me when I travel. But this trial. Do jurors try to figure out what actually happened? Taurus Moon, it depends on the jurors. I think after this much time, the jurors are like, did she hit him with the car or not? I think they might chat a little bit more, but we'll see. Melanie, Simply Not Logical Christine said, what if anything is on my hand during a live stream? She even said resources were wasted in this case. Christine's a law nerd and she's so incredibly smart. I love her streams. And I love her nail polish. Hollow Talk was amazing. Lisa said the O'Keefes brought in Colin Albert, Brian Albert, and Jen McCabe in court with them today. What do you think about this? It's interesting to me that with everything that's what they want to do, but I don't know what those relationships are like. It seemed to me that John O'Keefe was close to the Cameranos, the Roberts. It doesn't seem like from all of the testimony, that's who he was close with until after this. So it just, I don't know. It raises a question for me, but also I'm not going to tell a grieving family who they can and can't befriend. I just hope that was not strategic on the part of not the O'Keefes, but anyone else. But you never know what relationships have been built and what they have been through together in this process. Amy T said, my 20 psych major kid said that this is proof of people believing what the government tells them versus listening to the evidence. Agreed. Fam keeps asking, why is this still going on? I don't know how they decide. I don't know how they decided to do this case, which it just makes me madder as we go on. Dave Litchfield said, Emily, my girlfriend watches every day and loves your channel. Her name is Alyssa, and she wanted to say hello. Hello, Alyssa. Thanks for the amazing coverage. See? Good to see you, and congratulations on the Celtics wins. All of them. Cindy says, is it weird that those 3 are seated there? Yeah, it is weird. They were witnesses in the case. It is uncomfortable. I'm sure it's uncomfortable for everyone, except maybe AJ, who probably loves that he gets to call Jen McCabe a liar in court while she's in court and has to control her face. He probably thought that was great. Tiana said Lally's delivery today needs to be exceptional, even if he exceptional if he even stands a slight chance he cannot do what he did in opening. I think he was better than opening. I don't know if focusing so much on the text messages, I thought that timeline was good. But I don't know if focusing so much on everything else and not how she hit him with the car was helpful. But I don't know if he could have argued much more about she hit him with the car in the face of such uncontroverted testimony. So If Karen is found guilty, then the FBI finds severe issues with their investigation involving fuckery. What happens to Karen? If Karen is found guilty, there will be years and years and years of appeals and more. So it's really just going to depend. Hunting for the truth said, I just told my boss I have jury duty this morning. She knows exactly what that means. And we're about to go into verdict watch. I love that. I love that you have a boss, Lawnard. Lady Jen said, EDB, I hope it's okay. I made a Facebook group for those of us who want to chat more post-trial, the sidebar, Lawnard Assembly. It's hard when we use the Lawnard name because it can cause some confusion amongst the Lawnards. So it does, using the Lawnard stuff can create some confusion. And we do have spaces to chat in the app. Will her insurance pay her legal fees if found not guilty? Her car insurance? No. I don't know. I don't know if she would. I mean, I don't know if she has the type of insurance that you would need to have to even pay for lawyers in a criminal case like that didn't occur like on her home. Is it possible? I mean, it's possible, but not her car insurance. Apparently I agreed to hike while I had my, excuse me. Apparently I agreed to a hike while I had my earbuds in yesterday. Today I can't. I have court and a nail appointment. Jan say congratulations to the Tennessee's Volunteers baseball Vols national champions. I saw that they were playing. I wasn't sure what stage we were at in the baseball. Lingo said, hi, Emily from the UK. Will the jury be local people? Yes. Surely having witnesses in court looking at them could be intimidating. They are not from Canton, but they are local to the area, but not Canton specifically. TTGMA said my birthday present is the closing of this trial. Very good. Polly says happy to hang in there and not at Euro Sports Ball. What is Euro Sports Ball? Pam says, say hi to my mom, Jean, and talk about Higgins and Colin outside at the same time. How did blood and vomit run down the front of him? We didn't have much more clarification on any vomit on John O'Keefe. There was definitely some blood dripping from him. He would have had to have been up for at least a moment for that to have happened that way. But none of the experts really got into it. So we don't have much more on that. Can AJ point out the presence of the Alberts and McCabe's in closing? I don't think he needs to. They're just there and he's talking about them. So I don't think he needs to. Let's see. Aaron said, Emily, I met my mom here every day in the chat. Can you give her a delightful hello? Her name is Dinda. Dinda? I think that's right. Aaron Cogans, yes. And to your mom, Dinda, hello. It is good to see you. I love that everybody's in here with their moms today. It's like your mom and them. It's just everybody. Lego, my Mego said hi to my mom, Tori, and the Lawnards, new to this case. Let's see. Will we hear about Shaq and Hera? I have no idea what that's referring to. Elizabeth said another case Proctor led was reopened the other day, I believe. I would need to look into that a lot more deeply. Catastrophe K8 said you may want to keep an eye on the Anna Walsh trial. I have had an eye on the Anna Walsh trial, so after this one, it's going to go on to the docket. I'm probably not going to cover it at the moment until we get a little bit further in, but I will. I'm going to speed run a few super chats. Terry said, just to thank you. You are welcome. I'm going to speed run a few super chats and then take a break. And then we will come back when we have something to come back for. So you are going to want to download the Lawnard app because I will keep you in the loop. If there are jury questions, if something's going to be streamed, if the judge is going to take the bench, if we're going to go and do another stream or whatever, that's where I will keep you. That's where I will keep you posted is in the Lawnard app. The Danish doll said, watching with baby Lawnard and fiance, bring the verdict. That's really where we are at Bring the Verdict today. Living on the Moon said, why did the defense not find and examine the dog? They said the prosecution didn't give them the dog. I don't know what much more they could have done with the dog. They couldn't have done bite registration with the dog, and it might have backfired on them. So I think for the defense, it's a stronger argument. Tell me what you think, chat. I think it is a stronger argument to argue the dog was rehomed. We don't know where the dog is. We don't know where the dog is there, blah, 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 blah. Then to have than to have it proven one way or the other. So, no, while the jury is out, I said the jury is out. That's all. While the jury is out. When the jury is back, I will message in the app. I did not say the jury is out. When in the app. I know some of you have had lagging stuff with the app. We have worked on it. Some of that we do not have control over depending on device and carrier and stuff, but we definitely do our best to make sure that it gets out. And we have let our app team know that we cannot have a delay on Verdict Watch. However, if the judge gives a heads up to let everybody reassemble back to the courtroom, then that should give us enough time. You can also keep an eye here because I will post it in our community. I'll post it in our community and you can get a live notification. C. Rose said, I was a juror for a small 2-day trial. Even then, I was antsy to talk during deliberations. It was quick, but I can only imagine how it feels to finally get to talk after weeks. Yes. And they're going to take some time to do it, I think. And I think that's completely fair. Kim said, if I were a juror, the minute the verdict was done, I would walk out, find the first news camera, and blast the prosecution for wasting my summer after hearing the last 2 witnesses. And some of them might. Amanda said, I just want to thank you for making me love the words delightful and unhinged again. Delightful is it's just such a good word. So it's just such a good word. Oh, Dr. B, thanks for the text. Dr. B and boys, hello. The boys are at the pool and they said they checked in to see how we were doing on stream today. We're doing good. Griffin, I hope I don't look as tired as yesterday. I am still tired, but I hope I don't look as tired. I'm working on it, buddy. Have a good time at the pool. Sarah said, will the FBI possibly have wiretaps and government landlines that shed light? I'm not going to speculate on wiretaps. The feds love them, and that's all I'm going to say about that. The amount of info the feds have will at some point be disclosed, and at some point it probably won't all the way be disclosed. We will probably not know everything they know. Would you look into the Clayton Eckhart case? The case is civil but could go criminal. I haven't heard of it, but I haven't heard of it. It will take me, anything that's coming up now is going to take me a hot minute because we are going right into Baldwin after this. So thanks, Dr. B. Good to see you. We are going to go right into Baldwin after this. So it's going to be like clawing to keep up with the cases we're already covering. But there's always stuff on the docket. I want to see what's going to happen with the judge in the YSL case. Like, good Lord. I think the Supreme Court in Georgia is going to have some words. So Jan said, thrilled that AJ stressed to the jury that the reconstructionists weren't paid by either side. I think he did an excellent job with that. I think he also said that Lally could have called them. Important? Yeah, it's important. Here's why I think it's important. I thought it was great when he did it yesterday. I thought it was great he brought it up today. Here's why. If you were sitting there after 30 days, chat, you did this. A lot of you did this every single day. And you get to those last 2 witnesses. And then you're like, the prosecution knew this and they could have called them and we're still here for 30 days. How do you feel about that? How do you feel after hearing those 2 witnesses? Are you sitting there going, why the fuck are you doing this with me? Just a curiosity. Nicole said, my family has been glued to watching this trial. I'm a CNA for 10 years and worked ICU and seen a lot of motor vehicle accidents. This isn't it. This makes me want to change careers and do law. Nicole, do expert witness stuff. Don't change careers. Do medical legal stuff. You don't have to go to law school. You don't have to pay for the degree. Bring the experience you already have. Working as a CNA for 10 years and working in the ICU is incredibly valuable experience. You can work as an expert witness. Brittany Bottom said, was the decision to bring the case on Lally specifically or on the DA's office as a whole? I have not worked at this DA's office. I do know how large it is. Generally, that decision on high-profile cases can come from the top of the office, depending on how big the office is. So I would imagine up to the elected DA would make a decision in a case like this in a smaller office. But it is up to Lally, if he does not think the case should go to trial, to look at his boss and say, I'm not doing this. Look at this expert from the feds. That's not what I'm doing. And walk off. And if somebody else is going to try it, somebody else will try it, but it won't be you. I don't know how you take this case to trial, especially with those last 2 witnesses, because I wouldn't have. And if they're like, no, you're going to trial, it's like, Yeah, okay. My bar license belongs to me. And so there are ethics involved. Go ahead and fire me. And in fact, you know what? It'd be better if you fire me, because then I will turn around and sue you for terminating me over doing my ethical duty. Cheers to my retirement and thank you to the taxpayers. I think that's exactly how I would have rolled that. I don't know what other people would have done. I don't know what other prosecutors would have done, but I can't imagine all of the DAs I've talked to about this case when I'm like, you're not going to believe it. Every single one's like, how are we here? Like, what is happening? So I don't know. Ronnie, good to see you in the chat. From experience, when they total your vehicle, they will determine the value of it. Anything you owe over that, you have to pay. Less the deductible. If you get less, you'll get a check, less deductible. Yep. And that's, everybody was talking about gap coverage, which is a good reminder. AJ is amazing. Lally lulls me to sleep. Lally brought more fire this time, but ever been to the Doritos farm? It's a TMJ in the chat said, ever been to the Doritos farm? It's a cool ranch. No, but I did drive by the Haribo, like massive. I don't know if it's a factory or a warehouse or whatever in Wisconsin before I got back to Chicago. I was like, oh, there's like giant like gummy bears and like stuff painted on the wall. It was kind of cool. Not a cool ranch, but still pretty cool. I'm going to do a few more super chats and then I'm going to take a break. We're going to shut this stream down. We will start a new stream when there is something to stream. I will keep you in the loop on the app in the community tab, last on Instagram. That is where I will be the most, but it will be app first. Dustin said, Emily, thank you for all the information over these past several weeks. I appreciate your perspective and point of view, and you have some new fans. Thank you. Shout out to my favorite Reed trial follower. Jillian said, I like the cemetery, celebrating 770,000 with you. Oh, we binged. Thank you. That's exciting. On my mobile setup, there's a bunch of stuff I can't see that I can see when I'm at home. John Kavanaugh said, it's awful. There's no good resolution. I agree. Either Karen Reed struck and killed John O'Keefe and the department fluffed up, or they framed her, or someone else is responsible, and we don't know who. And it's real frustrating. It's real frustrating. Lee says, I hope this doesn't take too long. I have mowed the yard. I have to mow the yard. Go mow the yard now. We'll ping you on the app when it's time. Thank you, Emily, for all you do. You're welcome. I'm going to rest my voice. I'm going to let us get off a stream. It's been like 6 hours. And then we will, let's see, 12. It's like 3:15. We've got about another hour for the day. And so we will see. But we've got about another hour plus, because if the judge asks the jurors if they want to stay, then they can stay. But I'm not going to just, I need to go. I need to rest the voice. And we will start a new stream if we need to do something. If not, when the jury goes home for the day and we are notified about that, I will let you know in the app and on the community tab here on YouTube. And if I remember on social, but maybe not. The app is where I go first, and then I tend to get swept away and forget things. We have a lot of team stuff to do today, pre-VidCon, and a busy day tomorrow. So law nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. Fingers crossed that we have a resolution and we can all just take a breath and see what the jury does. I'm sure the jury wanted to chat. I'm sure they have stuff to talk about. So hang in there. Jury processes can take long. It doesn't necessarily mean anything one way or the other. And it can simply be that after 9 weeks, they want to talk to each other. And with that, law nerds, I will see you in the next one today, tomorrow, but we're on verdict watch. So before we roll out, I think we need to roll this again. Verdict watch will resume. So don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. And Law Nerd, I will see you soon. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media. And don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.